Hello everyone. I'm just working on writing up the social media posting as usual. So you would think I would have that prepared, but I did not. Hello, NHV. How's it going? Let me know if the audio levels are fine. The music's a bit loud. I feel like the music might be a tad loud. Turn it down a little on my end at least. Okay. Music's okay. Alright. So this is gonna be quite a different stream from my past ones. So let's just go ahead and dive right in. Alright, so the purpose of this stream is basically to do a lot of workshop preparation. Now, I'm doing it a bit early, because it isn't until the 30th, but I figured I also want to get an announcement out, which means I also want to have like some of the concrete stuff around it more fleshed out. So what we're doing is we are going to take a bunch of different Miro templates. So if you're not familiar with Miro, it is a online workboard service that has a lot of templates, and you can go ahead and go in and like you can modify like all these different objects, and you have like comments and stuff that you could write and text blocks and all that kind of stuff. So you could do some pretty crazy stuff with it, including polling and Kanban boards and all that like we have down here, right? And then if I move over here, you can see we have like these key activities and like needs, risks, dependencies. Like a lot of this I probably won't even use, but I wanted to import a bunch of different templates. Like we have this lean coffee agenda, which is like we have a timer up here, and I can actually, well, okay, I'm gonna have to upgrade for us to use these, so I'll have to do that before the workshop. But basically we have a certain amount of time to discuss and prioritize items, and then we drag them into here, like what we're going to be discussing. This we probably won't end up using. This we might for actually the second day workshop when we're talking about Budgie 11 and Budgie 10 stuff. But the idea basically is to go through this agenda that we have here and sort of come up with a bunch of discussion templates that we could leverage to sort of guide us through this workshop, so that way we stay on topic and hopefully we can address all these items. So I use this quite regularly at work, so that's kind of why I decided to use it, to be honest. But let's do this. So for day one workshop, we have 4 big topics to discuss. So one is going to be like identifying and documenting core values of the Buddies of Budgie organization. So for that, we're going to want probably some sort of board similar to this, where we have a bunch of different notepads that people can go ahead and leverage. Let's see. We don't need this, so let's just go ahead and delete that. Let's see. I feel like something along these lines. We could also just build out a board ourselves. This music is really choppy. I'm so used to like my work laptop having like flawless Bluetooth audio, and then sitting here on my desktop with a small like Bluetooth dongle, and it's like constantly chopping out. As far as I'm aware, that didn't affect the actual stream, so we probably, well, we might need this, so I'll keep that. Yeah, actually, let's go ahead and see about maybe creating some sort of you know what, we could leverage actually this Kanban to sort of move through our discussion items. So we could do identifying and documenting core values. Guillotine style, good to see, good work, yeah. So we have identifying and documenting core values. We have community development engagement. So this is consensus creation, organization structure, COC proposal, all that kind of stuff. So these are like kind of like multiple items within the hierarchy of community development and engagement. So one sec. So what we want to do is actually have a discussion around, let me know if this is like too small or anything. I don't think it will be, but discussion around consensus creation. So, you know, like when for example, like NHV and I have opposing views on something, how do we actually discuss that and reach a consensus on what to do, you know, and how do we do that and maintain a constructive manner around it. You know, as a recent example, like Sarabit and I had, I guess you could say, different views on how we wanted to address, I don't even remember what it was. I want to say it was something along the lines of the user, I think it might have been the icon task list. And what we did is we had a discussion point around it, and we actually came to the conclusion in a way that neither of our ideas were actually the best one, and instead we had like this amalgamation of our ideas, which was the creation of this this new task list for like non-grouping functionality when we wanted to rip out the non-grouping from icon task list. So it's like that sort of consensus creation and discussion that we sort of need to have. COC proposal. So this is going to be a bit of a fun one, so let me break this out. So discussion around code of conduct, right? And then that's just sort of, this is sort of in the consensus creation. And like this. And then we have also org structure, which is certainly going to be, I mean, I already get the feeling it's mostly going to be a non-structure. It will have like groups of people that'll have certain responsibilities or can have certain responsibilities, or, you know, they might be more passionate about certain things and therefore they'll want to pursue those things. For example, you know, like I'm really passionate about, well, I'm passionate about a lot of things, obviously, but an aspect of Buddies of Budgie that I'm passionate about is community development, of course, alongside Budgie itself, because if I wasn't passionate about Budgie, then I wouldn't be working on Budgie. Song is loud, yeah. Yeah, actually, let me just turn it down on both sides. Turn it down here. Let me know if that's that. It would randomly like go up in volume for that song. Yeah. Anyways, so what was I saying? Right. In terms of the organization structure, I kind of look at myself as like a BDFL, right? Like when at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of like, well, consensus creation, and there's going to be a lot of aspects of Budgie where, you know, I might not fully agree with like a certain direction on how to approach something or how to address a problem. But if it's something that the entire team is passionate about, I'm not going to be that blocker. But then there's also going to be certain aspects where I feel like it changes the identity of Budgie, and, you know, as a result, it's not something that I would want and sort of need to have the ability to put my foot down in that regard. And of course, there might be points where, you know, a consensus can't be reached, and I have to step in and resolve those sorts of issues. So there's like that kind of stuff. And of course, you know, I'm quite happy to do all the website bits. I don't want to be the only one to do all of it. But once it's out and public and PRs and all that are open and issues are open, then I think we'll see more traction around that. Yeah, I've done tutorials before. I've used this like shitloads. I don't need this Miro, thank you. But like just coming up with like general structures, like is there somebody that's more passionate about I am regarding like window managers as an example, right? And is that something where they shouldn't have the sole responsibility for it, but, you know, they are the ones that work the most on it and collaborate with others when needed or what have you. Oh, why does that change when? Weird. Let's see. How we organize and communicate the above information, that's going to be pretty important. Which is why, like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be working on at least the about page for the Buddies of Budgie website until after the workshops. And the reason for that is we need to have a discussion around, you know, all these different points, for one, right, in our identity as an organization and what we want from Budgie 10 and what we want from Budgie 11 and so on. And brainstorming how we actually organize all that data and communicate it. Now, it's funny, since my announcement on it, actually, and this is something I was very happy to see. I'm not going to enable it now because see, organization discussions. I'm not going to enable it now. However, GitHub did announce on the 12th, so pretty recently, organization-wide discussions. So you know how you could have in a given repository, you could have discussions, right? Well, now you could go in, and they do a very poor job. Let's see, here we go. Or is this actually through the, let me see, here. But you could enable discussions for the organization and just create like a host repository for it that's just going to be used for discussions. And then that's where all those discussions would go. So you could kind of have like an org-wide thing. And that'll be useful if we want to discuss like Budgie 11 items, right? Because we're not going to necessarily have a singular given like repository for Budgie 11. It's going to be multiple components. And then on top of that, we don't want to have it in the current Budgie desktop one because that's more the 10 series stuff, right? So being able to have discussions and maybe even to-dos around that would be helpful. But these are the sorts of things that we need to come to a consensus on, is how do we organize tasks? How do we communicate all that information? You know, I know that there is a GraphQL API as an example through GitHub. So if we use like project workboards, that could be an option. I haven't actually used the GraphQL API, so I'm not too familiar with that. But Yeah, and then I just have day 2 here because, well, for one, it's currently listed as workshop day 1, but depending on how much content we have, it might be easier to just have both of the workshop contents in a single workboard. And then on top of that, if I decide to keep dedicated Miro boards for this, I want to know what information is on the agenda for day 2 that I don't want in this Miro board, right? So, or we could start organizing in this Miro board and move it over to a new one. So that sort of stuff. So here is the to-do for, can I modify this label? Can. So we'll just copy this. It's day 1 here. Yeah, I really wish there was actually some good open source software to accomplish this, but there isn't. I looked quite hard, and all the solutions, I would say in quotes, are more like sketchboards, right? Like you don't even have the ability to like make sticky notes. You could do shapes, and you could use like a pen, and there might be some text blocks, but you can't do anything remotely this sophisticated. Which is unfortunate, but it's just how the world works sometimes. Can I not increase the text size for this though? I guess not. Well, we don't really need the date information. Delete all that. There we go. That's fine. So this will be our framework for, you know, we could just do this. It's pretty handy, just dragging items across there. And then for identifying the core values of the Buddies of Budgie organization, we're gonna want some sort of workboard that we're able to put sticky notes that are multicolored, so people are able to have their own dedicated colors. And then I copied these in from like a voting thing. I've used these at work. So basically, like if we were to have, we'll use this as an example, right? Pretend like these are a list of values that people find really important. Well, let's say we want to really communicate 4 core values, and there's like 20 ideas, right? Well, the first thing we want to do is we want to group up those different things. So let's say this is about transparency, and this one's about transparency, right? Well, so we would say, okay, transparency as a whole is a core value, and it will be a core value. But let's just say that it wasn't preemptively listed as a core value. Well, we'd be like, okay, that's a good idea, you know, so we'll put 1 here. So, you know, Josh puts 1 in, and NHV would put 1 in, and, you know, Sarah bit, and suddenly it's like, okay, we have 3 votes out of, say, 5 people. Clearly, there, you know, that's worth having. And then, you know, you have a different one. Music is still a bit, okay. Turn it on again. And then we have like this one as an example, where we have like 2 other cards, and this could be like, I don't know, Taco Tuesdays as a core value, and then nobody votes on that because that would be insane, right? So that, at least that's the premise behind these bubbles, is you kind of use them as like these little things to indicate votes. So I think some of the songs just have very powerful notes sometimes. Yeah, probably. I notice it does this interesting calling of the objects when you're far away from them. Alright, so we're gonna move these like somewhere in the middle. We want some sort of table. Let's see. Here, tables. We're gonna want, oh, actually, yeah. It could just be initially a box, right? Let's color this box, make it, I want the box itself be white. Okay. And then what we're going to do here is, let's see, top, and there we go. All right, so this is going to be core value ideas, right? So we'll just have like this board here where we're going to have a bunch of different notepad colors. So we already have some, but let's go ahead and just create. See, have like this, right? Have multiple different colors for all the different participants. So everybody has a unique color. And I'll go ahead and like, I'll add like labels here to describe kind of like the purpose. Some people are going to look at this and be very confused otherwise. So what's great about this is, you know, I could be typing something here. So if I go, here, I start going like blah, 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 right? You're like, wow, that's really small. I could either like increase it this way, or what's great is like Miro, you could kind of do like an infinite zoom, right? So I could just go, whoop, done. I don't need to worry about increasing the text size because I could just zoom in on that object or zoom really far out, right? And suddenly we have all this information here, and then I could zoom right back in. So this is something I just absolutely love about Miro. So, because I think we spend, well, I don't know about you guys. I spend like a lot of time like tweaking font sizes to make sure things are readable at like 100% zoom level or whatever. When this would just solve it just by being able to zoom in infinitely in the in the canvas itself. So something I appreciate. So I don't know how many participants we're gonna have. So we'll just have all the colors, right? Or maybe not all of them. We'll have quite a few of them. I don't think we need to go too overboard. So we'll do something like this. I know they're not aligned. We'll do something like that. Okay. Let's go ahead and have some text. So this text is going to be maybe a normal thing. So it's going to be something along the lines of unique sticky notes, choose. Actually, we'll do sticky notes, please stick to one color. So the idea also that is quite nice is, and no, not everybody has to say something, but the idea also is, say I was to copy in the core value thing here, right? And we're gonna call this like, I don't know what's going on here. Okay. Sometimes there we go, taco. I'm gonna do taco Tuesday. Right? So when we're going through all these different points, you know, say somebody else has a card here, somebody else has one here. Okay. So we see, okay, Taco Tuesday. Be like, all right, who has this color? Oh, it's me. So it'd be like, oh, it's Josh. Okay, Josh, you want to explain why you think Taco Tuesday should be a core value? Evidently, I'm really strung up on having tacos. So I would discuss that and be like, okay, that's an interesting idea, or, you know, that's a not so great idea, or whatever, let's put it somewhere, or let's group it up, so on. So that's another good use case for the colors, is being able to easily identify who wrote something, and then you're able to see which one was there. I think those are technically in alignment, but they're not evenly spaced out. Oh, it didn't select this one. Ugh. What? Why are you not selecting that one? Why is my Control Z not working? Oh, it's randomly bumping my layers. Okay. Somehow. Okay. What? Why is this locked? It shouldn't have been locked. Okay. Although I will actually lock... I will lock this item. For now. And you'll like, well, we'll make sure all the sizes are uniform. Actually, let's do that now. Something like this. Is it the right size? Yeah, close enough. Okay. This thing is chungus, though. Reduce that. Okay. Right. So we have our core values here. So this is going to be like our pool. So we could sort of organize a bunch of ideas. And then we want to have sort of our 4 core values. So for that, we're going to want a table. We're going to do a 2x2 here. All right. So we're going to do agreed core values. Right? And it might end up being like 5 core values or something, but the premise is to identify what the organization core values are. But let's go ahead and change this. There we go. Oh, it's semi-transparent. Oh no. There. Okay. So we're gonna do something like this. Okay. And then we could have like notes. So also what we're going to want, because it's only 4 core values, let's go ahead and copy these over here. Let's move this down somewhere here. Probably don't need the icebreaker. A lot of these are like also like, oh, you know, discuss like 20 different things about yourself and introduce yourself and blah blah blah. It's like I don't really need that. Hello. Okay, so have these discussions, bubbles. Let's go ahead and copy this. I'm going to have votes. Please pick one color. We'll just do one type. One vote per, I guess. We'll do a value group, right? So the idea here is if we have like 5 regarding transparency, we're not putting one on one particular transparency like card or sticky note. We're just agreeing that collectively that group is a value. So, you know, transparency, you know, there might be 5 cards for that. So we're just saying, okay, these groups collectively, or these cards collectively, we'll have this, right? And have these. Something like this. Okay. And what I think I will do actually, just to make this a little cleaner, let's move these over here. And we'll do this. And we could resize this object like so. Then we have our votes. Raise this up a little bit. There we go. So these are core values, right? What we could also do is have like these massive like buckets. That's what I'm going to call them. Really, what I'm talking about is just like a frame or a shape. We're going to do like this. We'll do core values. We'll increase the font size to be 144. Then we can right click on this and send it to back. Okay. So we have like this entire area, and this is just dedicated to core values, right? So that'll be this item. Then discussion around consensus creation. So this is actually kind of gonna be similar, where we have like a pool of ideas, and then we try to organize them. Facilitating discussions and what avenues should be considered. Yes. So we also need to have a discussion on, are we going to be using particular forum software? Are we going to be sticking with GitHub stuff? You know, obviously I don't think any of us want to switch away from Element/Matrix, so I think that is going to be sticking around for sure. I'm quite happy with Matrix, although I wish it had features that were, you know, more akin to like GitHub with like bots and all that. Evidently, it seems like you'd have bots in Matrix and Element, but I haven't figured out remotely how that is accomplished. But in the Serpent OS development channel, there's one for like GitLab, but I don't know. I don't know if that's something like they're running. I haven't even bothered checking if it's running on matrix.org or a self-hosted Matrix server, but yeah, consensus creation. So how do we facilitate discussion? I mean, consensus creation and discussion facilitating are kind of two different topics. So maybe it's worth breaking that apart into two different cards. And these kind of like go hand in hand with the code of conduct. So what I am going to do is I'm going to open up the code of conduct that I wrote. As a caveat, I would like to mention this code of conduct was originally written for Solus, right? So Solus had a community guidelines. I don't know if it still does. I don't really follow it. And I wanted certain aspects of the community to be addressed, right? And the community liked it. It wasn't so approved elsewhere though. So I felt quite powerless in that regard. But fortunately, with Buddies of Budgie, we are able to actually have a more robust code of conduct. So I'm gonna copy pasta this entire thing. Did it copy paste that? It did. Okay. I'm gonna open up. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna see. Can I up? Let's maybe do this. Google.com. I was about to do it in my own Google Drive, but realized I could just switch to the Buddies of Budgie one. In theory, it should switch. Oh, it did already. Okay. Now if I open up Drive. Let's see. If we do a new blank document, code of conduct. So it's not going to have some of the proposals that I had for a code of conduct committee. At least I don't think. I don't think we're at that scale yet. It would be nice to have that structure outlined for, or sort of that content prepared. So can I import? All I want to know is, can I import a PDF Actually, can I just upload it and have it be converted? That's the question. I right click and we have share, get link. Doesn't seem like it. Well, we'll keep it there. I guess I can copy paste the content. Something like this. There we go. Oh. Oh no, it butchered that. Okay. Google Docs PDF to doc, I guess. File upload. Adobe Acrobat Online Services. How about no? Yeah. Load. Yeah, I know how file upload works. Oh, okay, so I can open it. Let's see. If I open it here, I could open with Google Docs. Nice. Okay, that's looking much better. Because I had accidentally nuked. So we could... I'm actually going to copy paste this. Here. Delete that. Okay, and then we're going to do a find and replace. Which is that going to be Control H here? Nice. Source. Buddies of Budgie. Match case. And what I do, place all. And what I do, get sol.us. I'm gonna do buddies of budgie.org, right? Replace that one. That's conduct, yeah. I'm gonna have to modify that team reference though. And also replace the reporting contact stuff or conduct. Alright, so let's go ahead and do Solus with lowercase, which should bring this up. And let's actually increase the zoom level here, 200. That way you guys could actually see it. So we'll have a dedicated team page, but that's fine. Okay. Otherwise, I mean, obviously I'm happy with my code of conduct because I wrote it, right? Like, so I don't... behavior, yes, I meant the normal way of spelling that. Okay. That's all well and good. I'm gonna have to trim down... I don't know if there's anything regarding... Let's see. Drop this. So we have best buds, and we have, I think, budgie helpers or best buds, right? What is the workshop in this context? Yes, great question. So the workshop in this context is the YouTube music not playing. There we go. Okay, so the workshop in this context is, well, there's 2 workshops that are currently planned. I would like to have a 3rd workshop, but the idea behind the day 1 workshop is, as noted here, the core values of the Buddies of Budgie organization, right? So what do we consider to be important to the day-to-day operation and sort of a foundation of how we operate as an organization. What are our core values? So it's something that I've promoted a lot in, like for instance, Twitter. So if I go to the Twitter, if I could spell it, twitter.com/Buddies of Budgie here. And I scroll down, you could see I posted like a transparency part 2 here where I'm talking about like sort of everything I want to actually happen in terms of the workshops, and then transparency here again. And I'm pretty sure if I scroll down, there's more things about transparency, and I'm talking about invoicing and all that kind of stuff. So a core value that I personally want to have regarding Buddies of Budgie is transparency. So the ability for an outside individual who's not familiar with the organization to be able to like sort of peer in and get both a mile high as well as granular views on how the organization works, who's in charge of certain things, so who has what responsibilities, how people can get involved, transparency around like financing, of course. So, we have our open collective, and through open collective, you could actually check what has been invoiced. You can't see like the document that has been submitted because that contains personal information, but you could see that XYZ or like this person submitted this sort of like invoice and it got paid through this and so on and so forth. So documenting the core values for that. And then I want to have a roadmap. Okay, I know, crazy, but I want to have a roadmap, and that plays into transparency because I want people to know where we are at with certain things, whether that's Budgie 10 or with Budgie 11. And I want to try to do that in a way that is as automated as possible. And the reason for that is I don't want to run into this excuse of, oh, well, the roadmap is just out of date. Here you could check these 5 different things and you could check our development tracker to see what sort of work is happening. Like, no. Now, what I want is I just want to be able to provide a mile high view. You don't have to get super granular with your individual items that you have listed there, but just provide people a sense of direction. So transparency is a core value, but there are plenty of other core values that could exist alongside that. So it's about identifying the core values of Buddies of Budgie. The next thing is community development and engagement. So how do we develop the Buddies of Budgie community? How do we engage as individuals in that community? So this plays into the discussion around code of conduct. Where do people even engage, right? So for example, right now we have the GitHub discussions, which have been used. We also have the GitHub issues, and we have element/matrix. Like, are those sufficient? Do we need to have more services? Or, looking at from another perspective, is something like a forum for Buddies of Budgie going to actually unnecessarily fragment downstream communities like Solus or like Ubuntu Budgie or, Endeavor OS, like people that are passionate about Budgie there? Is that going to create fragmentation and set back those organizations or those projects? Because we don't want to do that either. So making sure that we have like a healthy discussion around that and come up with some sort of consensus is also important, which plays into also the discussion around how do we come to consensus. Like I don't want to have something where it's like with Debian where they'll freaking vote on something for the next 10 years and there'll still be people that are bitching and complaining about a certain move, like systemd as an example, right? Like I don't want to fall into that trap. I still want us to remain sort of, I hate to use this word, but agile. I want us to be able to react quickly and make necessary changes and not be afraid to make necessary changes, right? Like we should be able to experiment with things and then be okay to admit that things fail, learn from that, and try it again. And this also plays into stuff like Scrum. Yeah, Agile Coach, I know. I was about to say this ties into Scrum a lot with retrospectives and and all that shit. You caught me. Fuck. My god, the timing around your comment there was perfect. Yes. Scrum and Agile methodology. I mean, literally, there's a lean coffee agenda thing here. So, like, yeah. Anyways. So, beyond all that, talk about org structure. And then beyond that, of course, brainstorming resource access. So what that means is, you know, who has access through the Google Workspaces, who has a Google Workspace / like Buddies of Budgie account. How do we handle the organization for those that don't actually have that? Because technically with some projects within Google Workspace, you could have like people that aren't part of the organization have permission. So how do we handle that? You know, how do we do that for GitHub as an example, or as another thing? And I actually started working on this, but let's see. I want to open it up on the side here because I want to make sure it doesn't have any private information. Let me go to DigitalOcean real quick. It kind of does. Let me go to okay, that should be fine. So something I tried doing, and I was very disappointed to learn that there doesn't seem to be a method for doing this yet. So I'm not sure what the hell I'm gonna do. Is we have, well, I created in my DigitalOcean project here, like, you know, everything typically goes under your own like project, which is like your default project. So I called that just Joshua. I think I could rename it to like personal or something. But I went ahead and moved the buddiesofbudgie.org domain and the cluster, the Kubernetes cluster. I moved those to a different project. However, you can't actually like give people permissions to a given project. Instead, you have to create a team, which I have created. However, it turns out, I looked this up, DigitalOcean move assets to different team. I don't know if this is something DigitalOcean support could do. However, you can't just transfer a Kubernetes cluster to a different team. In the case of like even a DigitalOcean droplet as an example, you have to like take a snapshot and then provide them access to that snapshot. And then they use that snapshot and create their own droplet. Like it's a complete mess. So I honestly don't know what I'm gonna do here, whether or not I just have to like tear all this down, use Terraform to bootstrap a new thing and cross my fingers kind of situation, or if I'm going to take another look at something like GCP and just bite the bullet in terms of pricing, which I don't necessarily want to do, but at the same time I haven't gotten the best impression from DigitalOcean in a lot of regards. And from talking with people at work, it definitely seems like they've kind of lost their touch with the open source community. In terms of like, you know, they used to be really heavily engaged, but ever since, I don't remember if they got bought out or what the hell happened there, but there's just been changes over the years. So anyways, but bootstrap. So basically like brainstorming resource access. How do we do that? How do we do stuff with like teams, like password sharing and, you know, social media, and what are the policies around that, and so on and so forth. So really like coming up with a good structure for password, like at least when I was doing okay, Bitwarden. When I was looking into the most inexpensive or like least expensive options for like team system, it seemed like Bitwarden was the best option in terms of pricing, because stuff like 1Password were just hella expensive, as were LastPass. But Bitwarden's only like $3 a month per user. Sort of fine. Like if you think about it, like not everybody on the team is even going to need access to passwords here, assuming we even need this to begin with, right? Like if we end up going with something like Buffer to provide people access to social media, then they wouldn't need this. And then if we're using something like Google Cloud, right, with IAM, so Identity Access Management, then in that case, we would not need passwords for them because they would have the dedicated roles to actually perform whatever operations they need to. So like having a discussion around this in terms of the workshop, that's a value. So this is all going to be in day one. And then on top of all of that, brainstorming how we organize and discuss literally everything here. How do we communicate that on the website? How do we communicate it to other individuals? You know, coming up with consistent language to use regarding certain things would be helpful. So that's all day one. That's why it's a multi-hour workshop, which hopefully will stay capped to 3 hours. That's the goal. I definitely don't want it to go beyond that because I'm sure other people have their own lives and they want to be able to ensure that they could schedule around this. So there's that. And then I have this day 2 here, which might not be in this Miro board, but day 2 is like Budgie 11 stuff. Not sure what this is all about. Transparency and development. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Let's remove that though. So what do we want in Budgie 10 series? What do we want for Budgie 11? How do we organize and communicate that that data? Both from a technical perspective, right? Like APIs and all that, because we're all developers, so we can have that kind of discussion. Or at least the developers can have that discussion and others can pitch whether or not like that's a good or a bad idea from a holistic standpoint. Oh my God, I just used the word holistic. I've used that word so much, but like it's such a good word though. Holistic, right? Like, anyways, whether or not all the ideas make sense when they're all encompassing. So like you guys say that, or you can just say holistically. Anyways. Right, so we have our board here, which has our to-dos in progress and then done. So we could kind of keep track of all that. We have our core value discussion here, and then we copied this to start working on consensus creation. So this is actually going to be quite similar. So actually we could just have agreed, then ideas pool, right? So actually I can just copy paste all of this and have it like go here. Seems a bit lazy, but if it works, right? Like why come up with something different? So consensus creation, which in a way, if you think about like the idea of creating consensus, we're already doing that by voting on certain items. So it kind of already works out. And just by virtue of doing this, right, we're already successfly implementing some sort of consensus model. Code of conduct discussion and how we facilitate discussions. I feel like these kind of go hand in hand. Now the question is, do I copy paste the entire code of conduct in, or is there some other mechanism? Can I embed a doc or link to it? Oh, I could paste iframe code. I don't know if that's going to be unique per individual though. T doc. What is Google Drive? Live embed with page turning. Ability to edit right within Miro. Okay. It's been installed. How do I access it? That's the real question now. You have upload. Oh, Google Drive. Here. Authorize that. Okay. We have this. I'm gonna select this and embed. This is the first time I've done this, so we'll see if it works out. What happens if I click it? Oh. Oh, it's slow though. But if it works, right? Like, can I can increase it. That would probably help. But like, the reality is you just can't do any of this with open source tooling. I would love for that to be the case. Just like deploy our own version of Miro. So we have our discussion around code of conduct. For that, let's see. Let's go ahead and modify it from here though. So we're gonna go through this real quick. Yeah. Goal of this code of conduct is establishing recommendations, guidelines. I don't think this is necessary. Maybe laying down an initial framework for the possibility for let's see, in the future. Yes. Okay. We don't have subreddit. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I agree with all this because, well, obviously I wrote it. Let's see. This isn't so much an issue with our matrix because the channels are very clear in the space and people have done a pretty good job, and when they haven't, it hasn't been a big deal because, yeah, I don't know if this is that necessary. We'll keep it just in case. That's fine. That's fine. This actually, like, we could actually just move things to discussion, like, pieces, right? Like, if I was to go to the GitHub Budgie desktop issues, right? Click on here, it's an issue. I could convert it to a discussion, and then it goes to a discussion because it's not an issue. So you could have a discussion around support things. So that's not actually a big deal at all. So I'm actually going to remove this because GitHub kind of works in our favor in that regard. So we have this. I'm going to have to create a conduct and all that at some point. Reporting procedures. That's fine. Yeah. And the language around this will be refined as we figure out the org structure as well. So, right. Resignations, or in some cases, people just noping the fuck out. Let's see, what was this? Behavior. Q. Okay. I think that's fine. I think that's in a good place for discussion around it. So let us go back to this, because what I want is some sort of polling. What is butter? All right, let's just check. Poll. Isn't there a built-in? I could have swore there's a built-in polling feature. Oh yeah, voting here. I can't get access to it. However, there is a voting plugin. But what we should probably have is some sort of way of organizing all these. Because the idea is to come to a consensus on certain aspects of the code of conduct, at the very least. I think I'll probably have to upgrade us. So we'll figure out what to do there. Well, let's see. Let's actually open up Miro separately. And see, is there some sort of like survey template? Meeting ratings. No. 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 Okay, not that. Let's see. Simple board of what I know, what I wonder, what I learned. No. Research and design. Oh, okay. We'll just have to like write something ourselves, I guess. Okay. So let's just first start off with I guess maybe some text. I'll put harassment. Okay. If I go back here. So actually this kind of falls under, okay, so I have language as well. Language. Media sharing. Engagement. It's fine. Okay. So, right, reporting conduct. Going to be a whole other topic. Reporting and handling conduct issues. And then we'll have another one, right? And this is going to be, I think, consequence. Correction. Yeah, correction. Oh yeah, impact elements. This is a bit loud in my ear. Let me know if that's too loud for you guys as well. It is a bit loud. Oh. Alright, so the reason why I'm adding all these points here is I want us to have some sort of discussion and consensus and introduce new ideas and that sort of thing. Oh, hey, Kyler. Yeah, I'm doing good. Long time no see. Yeah, just working on some workshop stuff for open source organization that I'm leading. All right, so the idea here, I guess, is really to come up with some sort of consensus around certain topics of the code of conduct. So what I want is really, I guess, individual boards. So we'll have an individual voting. Let's actually create some tables. Yeah, still in Tampere. Yeah. Are you still in Helsinki? I think you moved down there quite a while ago, didn't you? It's years ago. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought you moved down to Helsinki. Oh, okay, right. So in here, what I want to have is, no, I don't need that label there. Okay. So we're gonna have like a little bit of a weird board going on here. So did actually is your Finnish? Mine is still shite. Yeah, mine has not gotten better. You know, I'd taken the several years of Finnish, but I don't use it at work, and I didn't use it when I was talking to clients because they were either from the States or from Canada, so it wasn't that heavily used. So yeah. I have on a few occasions actually spoken Finnish at work at this point, which has always surprised people. Like we went out for lunch as an example, and they were talking about something. I don't even remember what it was. And like I interjected a remark that they were saying. And then another one, like somebody was actually gonna read me the lunch menu at one of the restaurants, and I just started like rattling it off. Like, just like, yeah, it's XYZ. It was like, I was like some sort of like feta cheese salad with like some sort of chili sauce and chickpea, like some sort of like whole chickpeas. I work at a company called Futurus. It's a software consulting company. Yeah, same Kyler. Yeah, so I'm a software developer at Futurus. I tried the whole yrittäjä or entrepreneurship stuff, but it didn't quite work out. Just bad timing with COVID. So, and I wasn't able to execute on my ideas and bring them to market fast enough, which happened. It was a thing. So we have this. Actually, let's go ahead and center this. So, I guess a discussion point for the harassment is there something we did not cover regarding this topic? Let's see. Are there improvements to be made to this, to the language used in this section? Are there, well, I can't type. Are there any, so you still doing GTA online RP stuff? I tuned into your streams. I think they were, to be honest, I think they were like a couple of years ago. It was a while ago, but like whenever I tuned in, I think you're RPing being a cop, which is kind of cool to see. I haven't streamed for about a year out. Gotcha. Are there any so do you work somewhere here in Tampere, or? Are there any concerns you have with this specific section, right? So the idea here is to just come up with some sort of idea, make sure that people are comfortable with the given subject, and making sure that we don't miss out on anything. So we're gonna go ahead and actually just, you could just delete this row, right? How do I just do that? Do it like this? Okay. These days I'm going to dump, getting my international business degree. Very cool. Almost finished with my second year. Damn, that's awesome. And running Dungeons and Dragons game online for some side money. Very cool. Plus my daughter is now 7. You're shitting me. No, she isn't. It hasn't been that long. I remember when she, like, when you were talking, like, she was like 2? I think 1 or 2, like, oh my god. Oh, it makes me feel so old. Oh shit. Oh, it's not right. I think 1, yeah. Oh my god. I refuse to believe that. Okay, let's go ahead and actually, you know what? We could have this large box here regarding code of conduct. Man. I feel like it also hasn't helped that we've been in a pandemic for years as well. World going to shit. Can I put a border around this? No, I can't edit it though. What does that do? Oh, it edits the actual, okay. I don't like the fact that it loads, so I might have to... We are getting gold, I know. This is true. I don't like the idea of it, but it is true. Increase the size there. All right, so let's drag over these sticky notes. I don't think we really need to have a voting mechanism over here. Having the, I don't want to copy all that. I want to copy just the sticky notes, please. There we go. Okay. Okay. Let's move this over here, I guess. It's gonna bother me that this isn't centered. Oh no, and these overlap with the document. That's no good. That's okay, let's just Control Z. Control Z all that, and then we'll copy it. All right. Something like this, right? Have in the center. Make sure it doesn't overlap with this, which it does because it has invisible borders, so have it somewhere there. Which might, I might just end up nuking this and having a link to it, to be honest. But regardless, we'll go ahead and pull this in, right? And then we'll have these sticky notes, and we'll increase the size of this. Have it go all the way down here. Maybe. Whatever. All right, next one is language. We'll go ahead and copy this table. Actually, what I can do is expand this out and then copy pasta this. I think the music stopped again. Okay. So we have this one for language. We'll have another for media sharing. We'll have another one for the promotion of construction engagement, which itself is going to be a dedicated topic. So, there's that. We're going to have one for I copy that. Okay. We'll just make a bunch. If I have to delete them, whatever. Okay. We have language. The alternative is we use these sticky notes and I kind of like the way of organizing this into the sections, but in theory you could just have like a group of sticky notes and then organize them by collective group like topic, like language and harassment and so on, and then break it down into ideas on improvements or changes or any concerns, and then discussing those concerns, of course. But if anyone has any ideas on how to structure this better, I'm certainly open to it. Language. And then I'm going to have media sharing. Promotion of constructive engagement. We have another one which is reporting and handling conduct issues. Which, I mean, I feel like I actually should go back and and refine, because the code of conduct committee isn't really required yet. So I feel like if it's there, we might end up spending a bunch of time on that for something that isn't going to yet be implemented. I don't know. I mean, I guess in theory that itself by itself could be a discussion point. So we have impact guidelines, but this is all fine. As a big old board. Oh my goodness. Okay. It's struggling to move it down, but it did it. Okay. Nice. It's just an absolute train of things. Like we have all these fancy boards with different colors and all that, and I'm just like tables with sticky notes. Can have this. Have this down here. Okay. So that would cover this. So discussion facilitating. Yeah. Link coffee. You know what? I'm not gonna use any of that. This isn't really gonna be useful either. Okay. Then this music I could barely hear. It's not even coming through. There we go. One of these days I'll get a hardware level mixer. Solve all these problems. Okay. So facilitating discussion, an org structure. So let's do this. Take a look at these. Can any of these be used? This definitely can be used for roles and responsibilities. No, I don't need this random person's thing here. What's weird is they have options where you can use a blank template, but that blank template actually isn't blank. It does have random information like somebody's avatar in it. And these are like from Miro directly. Now let's see. So we have program management, product management, design. This is all product oriented. Legal and compliance, brand marketing, customer success. Like none of this really applies to, well, I guess legal stuff does apply to Buddies of Budgie. But so this would be like, oh, it's not even bold. Organization. Oh my god. I'm just gonna start from organization. Management. Or really, do we want to take it from the approach of we have dedicated teams, right? I feel like that better fits us in terms of an organization is having these teams, and these teams have responsibilities rather than individuals which are responsible for given subjects, because there is going to be overlap, especially with Budgie. You know, we're going to have instances where, you know, somebody might be responsible for I don't know, or packaging, as an example. If we talk about the packaging and distribution and the maintenance of packages, so by that I mean packaging a Budgie in like Debian and Solus and Fedora and that sort of thing. There's going to be multiple people in that team, right? And it's that team that has that responsibility of maintaining, you know, those packages, and then they could decide amongst themselves how to divide up their responsibility. So that also promotes a level of independence rather than, you know, this one particular individual is responsible for this thing. And then we could expand that to stuff like marketing if we wanted, yeah, at some point down the road, and social media management and web infrastructure and design and that sort of stuff. So Ironically, this also doesn't work. So I feel like for this, actually, these sort of curved cards actually kind of work nicely. So we might have to have something like that, where we're gonna have maybe, because I don't really need, I just need the actual cards. Oh no, I copied the text too. Yeah, you know what? Just delete them. Have another box. I know, predictable, right? So I know I'm skipping over the facilitating discussions and all that, but let's do org structure. So we'll do it a couple ways, right? We're gonna have a voting mechanism. So we're gonna have sort of a 2x2. Well, I guess it could just be sticky notes, really. Which should not be that large, very much. So I'm gonna do team-oriented responsibilities. I mean, I guess there will be like individual responsibilities. So just something like this. Oh, you know what? An actual graph would be good for this. Which there might be a template for. Mapping and diagramming. Mind map? Could a mind map be good for this? Possibly. Oh, no. Oh, these are all locked as well. That's unfortunate. Tries to imagine himself being responsible. Oh no. I could just have colored boxes within these. Yeah, you know what? That's what I'll do. Fuck it. Let's introduce some color to this this board, right? So we're gonna have going crazy. You know I'm really going crazy when I'm introducing color. Not that color. Also not that color either. They're all the worst possible colors are being selected here. I'm immediately starting to regret stating let's use color. Because these are all... These are all pretty yikes. Like, that hurts my eyes. Granted, everything is hurting my eyes at the moment. And I don't mean that like, I mean that in the most literal sense, like my eyes actually hurt. I don't want to bike shed over the colors. I just want colors. Go with like a green here. And it's like an alt. There, whatever. This will be fine. We're gonna center this. We're gonna do team oriented responsibilities. Right? We're gonna increase this. Here. Alignment. Which I somehow managed to spell responsibilities incorrectly, right? No. Responsibilities. No, that's right. Okay. Individual. Right. So we're going to have a couple, well, actually we're going to start with having what responsibilities should belong to a team, right? So I'm going to actually, I'm going to be a bit cheeky. Oh no, it was spelled wrong. No, okay, it was fun. We're gonna go with a yellow here. Like, why didn't it provide me any of these colors? Like, what the hell? Like, this one's fine. Yeah. Whatever. We'll have, like, packaging. We'll increase these. Maybe not that big. There, something like this, right? So we have like packaging as one, which this needs to be. Actually, we'll do this. Send it back. There we go. Okay. So you have packaging, and then we'll have another one here, which is like, I guess, billing. I mean, actually, it'd just be billing. So, like, effectively, what I'm asking is, what responsibilities should be those of a team versus those of an individual? And then we could break it down into, okay, based on this, what teams should we have? And then who's responsible for what individual responsibilities. So we're gonna copy these. And you know what I could do? This is crazy. I could change the layout. I know. Just insanity I'm talking about. We'll increase it like this. Like so. Delete these. I'll copy these. Change the color. Be like not any of these colors, please. Might actually, I'm gonna have to put down a sticky note here. Just change the color to get like more neutral colors here. We'll do this. Okay. Individuals, right? And then for this, we're gonna change the color to be this. That's fine. Whatever. That works at this point. I don't even care anymore. So long as it doesn't destroy my eyes. If it looks a little bit like some sort of like some alien's vomit or whatever, then so be it. We have like this. And what we could do is have like Joshua. I know I'm kind of cheating by adding some initial things here, but and what I could do now is I could have a connection line going from here to here. Right? So we could kind of determine, all right, so billing, Joshua. Packaging. Packaging / distribution team. Right? We have that. We have another connection line, which goes from here, here. Easy. I have a connection line for here, here. And a connection line here, here. Right? So that provides some information about our org structure. And then what we could do is we could like go in and define like with a comment here, like is responsible for the packaging of Budgie desktop and required components for various operating systems can be broken into individual responsibilities for specific operating systems. So, as an example, oh my god, did it just clear that? When I pressed escape because I didn't press enter. Son of a... Why would it... Oh. Okay, sure. Can't say I'm happy about that. All right. Responsible for the packaging of Budgie desktop and its required components. Actually, we'll call it macrocosm of components for various, we'll do OSs, can be broken down into individual responsibilities for specific operating systems. Example, no. We'll do one, Josh. Oh, Sean? Me? No? To mention someone, invite them to the board. I am on the board. Joshua Strobel. What? Joshua? At you? Alright, whatever, Joshua for Fedora to Josh and to Joshua and example for Arch AUR, hopefully eventually official repo. Then for Solus. Hello, NHV, are you still on Solus? And is it Eben Yeager that's handling most of? I think it's Eben Yeager, but I don't know. Are you planning on also being a package maintainer for it, or are you just kind of like contemplating moving? Okay. I'm guessing you're getting sick of the there we go. Guessing you're getting sick of the Mesalib stuff. Stop contributing. Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right, so we have the packaging and distribution team. So that would go here, billing, Joshua, blah, like, know how that works. Then we have obviously like the open collective stuff, And like all that's transparent, so I don't think people would care too much. However, it would be nice to have more admins on there and figure out who that's gonna be, who's willing to, of course, do that. So, like I just added, I'm just gonna call him Cerebit because Campbell, like I know that's his name. Like I haven't forgotten anyone's actual name, but I just call everybody by their nicks. Anyways. Like, for instance, I've added Cerebit and Eben Yeager to the Open Collective, so in theory that allows them to actually submit the invoices. I say in theory because I haven't actually tested it without them being contributors, but I figured it also just looked better to have multiple people from the team like on that Open Collective as well, like just from a visual perspective. So yeah, so we have this. So we have consensus creation, we have org structure. So this will provide us like a good mapping of like responsibilities and so on. Let's go ahead and center this up. Nice. Okay. We have that. We also need the how do we facilitate discussion and what avenues should be considered. So feel like that kind of plays into both code of conduct and an org and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not really sure what to do there. See, brainstorm, resource access, which plays into the team, right? So, like what, I guess the first thing is determining what do we actually need to handle certain tasks? What services are we selecting? And then extrapolating from there, who is responsible for it? So, and I guess in a way, I've already made some of those decisions, right? Like I've chosen Google Workspaces. I've chosen DigitalOcean. But I also try to do that from the perspective of like, I've dealt with GCP. And recently I had to deal with AWS managed Kubernetes. And I have to tell you, upgrading the Kubernetes versions on those in their managed node groups is a royal pain in the ass. So definitely never going with AWS. That's gonna be like a hard no. That's gonna be like not happening in a million years sort of thing. But the reason why I ended up choosing DigitalOcean was they provided basically the cheapest managed Kubernetes service / cluster. I can't say I'm like blown away by DioCuddle, so their DigitalOcean control service, at least compared to gcloud. But then again, gcloud is like 500 million services, and you could do all your access management through there and deployments and so on. So it's like comparing, I don't know, a bicycle to like a Lamborghini in its capabilities and functions. So where DigitalOcean would be the bicycle, of course. We have services to we use service ideas. So we'll have service ideas here. Resource access. Okay. Move all that down. Move this over here. So I don't think anybody is going to disagree with transparency. I think a lot of people either have previously contributed to operating systems or projects where there has not been that much transparency, and therefore this is sort of a breath of fresh air. Some of us have played our parts in that to some degree. Why is this? I don't really want to word wrap. I do auto. There we go. Where some people just haven't had, like, it's not really been a focus of theirs, so it's not really something that they've really thought of. You know, where it's been like 4 people working on something, and like they always have discussions, so they have transparency within that. I'm thinking transparency both in the concept of within the organization and external. So I'm gonna put transparent and open source. What will be next? Making the source code public? I know. But if you think about it, like the model of some other projects have been not exactly transparent, even though the source has been. So you're not able to introspect even on like what are the current plans for XYZ, like roadmap style, or what's the current working items and so on. Like as an example, like with GNOME, like I'm not able to go to like gnome.org and get a mile high thing of who is working on what, and I get it, GNOME has a massive scale, but I feel like they could probably do some improvements there. Whether that's like, here's sort of an org structure of all the people that are working on GDK, and you know what our mission is for stuff like libadwaita, and moving stuff from GDK4 to GDK4 plus libadwaita, or GDK3 to libadwaita, and so on and so forth. And you know, who's responsible for UX design as an example, right? Who's the team that handles that? And just breaking all that down for people, hopefully in a way that isn't overwhelming, of course, but gives you an idea of like, if you have an idea, who do you go to, right? And this is kind of something that I've learned from when it comes to our workplace, where we have a set of core values, but we also have like this perspective where like, if I as an individual want to change something within the company, I am genuinely empowered to do it. And for example, we have a program at Futurus called the Spice program. Okay, so I'm actually going to go to it. So there we have a open source and social impact program. So basically what that means is, so you go to Twitter, you get insulted, then you wish you never shared your idea with them. or in my case, I make a mock-up of a desktop, and people shit on me because apparently it simultaneously looks like an iMac, but also like some Huawei monitor. And I'm just like, guys, I just didn't want to deal with something that had like 1,000 layers on it. Stop giving me shit for it. Like, and it's like, why are you even focusing on this when we're literally talking about a release of Budgie, and it's like the second release in like 3 months, and this is the thing that you're like taking away from this is the picture. Like, you know how fucking shallow that is. So salty about it. Anyways, yeah, go on Twitter or go on Reddit, and you're like, why did I even bother to like jump on these cesspools? But anyways, the company I work at, Futurus, we have an open source and social impact program where in your free time, what you are able to do is, if you work on open source, so by open source, it actually means anything that is under the an OSI approved license, right? So it has to be, you know, anything from like BSD2 clause or BSD3 clause or whatever, and Apache, MITs, all the GPLs, you know, like any sort of Creative Commons license as well, and so on and so forth. So the OSI approved ones. So basically, if it has an SPDX thing, then chances are it's been approved. So if you work under open source, you actually be paid up to €15 an hour for up to 30 hours every month. So they actually talk about it here. So basically they will compensate you for that work. But it's not just open source, right? Where it's not just like code contributions and so on and so forth. It could also apply to, at the moment, more spice hours to supporting peace, as well as any sort of efforts regarding Ukraine. So that's a massive one, over 1,000 spice hours. So a lot of money, you know, that's like what, 15,000 euro is being put into this. In addition to the fact that Feudor has actually donated directly to helping with the Ukrainian crisis as well. But like, we have this program, and as somebody that's extremely passionate about open source, I looked at it, I'm like, we could do better, right? We could transform this program into something that's better and is more publicly promoted, as well as more internally promoted, to encourage more people to actually contribute and to figure out how they can contribute and what they can contribute to. So what I'm getting at with all of this very long story and tangent, is I created like a survey and I sent it out in our internal Slack, our work Slack, and I've been getting feedback on it. And basically what I'm going to do with that is I have the empowerment as an individual at the company to just make those changes, as well as work with people in marketing or even literally the CEO to make these sort of changes, which is kind of crazy. But I wouldn't know that I could do that if there wasn't like clear information on it. I wouldn't know who I could talk to about, say, culture or about technical matters if there wasn't a clear set of people that are like described in a place, whether like in a centralized place, whether that's like a website or a wiki or what have you, about who is responsible for what. So if I, as an individual in the open source community, say have like a particular problem with the UX of a certain element in Budgie desktop, obviously I could open up a discussion about that, but I should also be able to just find the individuals that are responsible for that given item, or responsible for the UX design, or you know, for example, with the packaging of Budgie or the distribution of Budgie on Ubuntu Budgie. If there's a particular issue with their version of Budgie or their implementation, their changes, then individuals should be able to easily determine from the Buddies of Budgie organization who they need to reach out to with regards to that, and provide them the appropriate links to the communications channels for that given consumer of Budgie. So that sort of level of transparency in the organization is extremely important. And it's the sort of information that I want to promote as part of the transparency. Tangent over. I hope you got something of use from that. Christ, that was quite something. Yeah, so TLDR, transparency good. Make it so people know who to call, like who to actually like contact and talk to about certain things, amongst other items. So there's that. I don't need all these. Can I just disable fucking tutorials? Because my god. No. Okay. So brainstorming, resource access. We have that down here. Let's go ahead and have like some subtext here. So what discussion around what services we are already using for specific topics, what potential services we should use, how do individuals or entire teams access that resource. So the idea here is like having some sort of like value proposition for these individual services. describing the value proposition. So something like this. Okay. So let's, oh no, I didn't want to actually change that. I'll do that. Okay. So what we're already using. So I don't know, do I want to have a box within a box? Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Box within a box time. Go with, this is the color. Reduce the opacity. Actually, you know what? That's not a bad idea. Reduce the opacity. Like 50% on these. There. Okay. So this first box is going to be like what we're already using. What are we already using and why? Okay. Base the font size. Center it. Okay, we're gonna have a bunch of sticky notes as well. Which I did not mean to do that. I'd really like to just be able to select a subsection of these. There. Okay. So on this one, we're going to have services, or actually this will be like the topics. Or what's going on here? Somehow locked my display, so that's cool. My God. Christ. Oh, it actually screen capped that too. Cool. I didn't know it'd actually do that. That's kind of badass. I think it's, I really need to disable my Windows, the like super key and L, because my layer key is right next to that. And, I have a tendency to trigger it quite frequently. I think that's how it happened. So we're gonna have topics and what else? Problems. Right? So I'll change this. To centered. All right. So I'm going to choose this. So we are using Digital Ocean is used for its for web infrastructure. We'll just do infra main site blog. Used because it has an inexpensive managed Kubernetes service, right? We'll copy paste this, and I'm going to make another one, which is Google workspace. Are you using a split keep? Yes, I am. Yeah, and I'm finally starting to get to the point after I don't know how many months, 5 months, that I'm like, I'm better at using Colmac DH as my layout over QWERTY. Actually, I'll pull up my QMK firmware here. Zoom in 1 sec. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and I think I have a gist for it. Now that I think about it, gist, GitHub. Here it is. I'll link it here. This is my layout. Oh, as it fails to link the right thing. Okay, I actually don't know what this is all about. Like, there we go. I have to explicitly right click because the Control-C in Vivaldi alone, every other browser, it's fine. Vivaldi, it just, they made some changes at some point to their URL bar, and it just resulted in shit being so broke. I think they had made some like selection changes, but I think that's my most recent one. Check. No, it isn't. I don't have that last layer there. I haven't fixed the layer switching. Oh yeah, still switching to Workman with inverted control caps lock. Yeah, I remember I was going, when I went from QWERTY to Colmac DH, I went from like 100, it was like 90 to 100 words per minute average to 12. It was rough, but at this point it's fine. But as you can see from that QMK configuration that I wrote, which is just based off the vanilla one, the vanilla Helitox Corn layout. I have my split keyboard set up in a way that's pretty ergonomic, mostly for programming. So, and I don't even have like a QWERTY layer because I have this. Let me pull it here. I have this Vortex keyboard. When I need QWERTY, I just pull that out and use it. So, anyways. You have Google Workspace is used for email, document management, and more. Used because it is not expensive and it is basically an industry standard if we switch to GCP, it is easier from the IAM management. So basically, like, we have these cards, right? Switching to it on my, I use QWERTY on my mobile phone. I don't actually use Colmac on it. I should. But I don't know if I can on iOS. I haven't ever actually bothered checking. I would get the feeling though, given how limited iOS is, that probably not. If I search Colmac, nothing pulls up, so I don't know, whatever. All right, so we have what are we using and why, topics or problems. So one of them is going to be social media management, right? So there's that. And then another thing I wanted to address is up here. Password sharing. I got password sharing. Okay. We have topics and problems. And then this kind of ties into services to solve given problems. And then we'll have services agreed on, if any. Change the color for this to, I don't know, purple, something like this. What we're going to have is a connection line from topics and problems to here. So in regards to social media management here, I thought maybe Buffer. However, Buffer is not cheap, which is quite disappointing. Like if we check out the Buffer pricing, there was other alternatives as well that offered more social media channels, but this is $5 a month. Oh, is it per social? Wait, what? Per social channel. Oh, actually, you know what? What's the team limit for that? Included users. Oh, right. That's why. It's $10 a month if you want team members, which is like, if I was just doing this individually, why would I even bother with something like Buffer? Like the value proposition for me just isn't good enough. And like realistically, and this is something that needs to kind of be discussed. Like, do we want to have a Facebook page? Do we want to have like an Instagram and what have you? And what would we even share on those individual social networks? Because it would be nice to like allow people to engage without having to actually have those accounts ourselves. Like it'd be nice to be able to nuke my Facebook and just do stuff through. Actually, I don't know if I would be able to do that. I think I still would have to have the Facebook to create it, but figure that one out. But if we think about it, like we start getting into like 3 or 4 social channels, that shit's expensive. Like at $10 a month. But it's like, it's an option. There's other options. Buffer. We have that. And then we have another card down here. Actually, you know what we could do here? We could have a table. You know I like my tables, so do you know, can it be a Kanban? You know, it might. Well, Okay, maybe not a Kanban. We'll go with the table. Let's move this. Service. Right. Advantages. Then disadvantages. So the idea here, right, is we get a bunch of services that address given problems, and then we discuss what are the benefits or the advantages, what are the disadvantages to that. And then from there, we could figure out what services we would want to adopt. So that's the way I'm looking at it. It's not letting me resize this, which is rather unfortunate. So this would tie into a connection point to here. Like so. And then this also kind of ties into that. Can we raise this up? You raise me up. There we go. Okay. So what we're already using, topics, problems. So for this, use bit warden. The reason why is because they have mobile applications. I believe they even have a desktop application. I think it's Electron, but who cares, honestly. They have web browser extensions, and they're inexpensive. Right? And they seem to be fairly trusted, at least in the open source community. But of course, there's options with, like, I mean, actually, I should list all of them, really. Last pass. One password, which is, when I checked, it was not cheap. One password. Yeah, because it's only up to 10 users for... Oh, wait. Yeah, up to 10 users, but actually, you know what? That might be fine. But then I think, what's the cost after that, though? Password store. Yeah, but I mean, I have to think about it from the perspective of, like, I personally use KeePass, and I just sync it with Nextcloud, and I use, like, there's mobile apps for it, and that works for me. That doesn't work when you're talking about having an organization and wanting to make sure that those individuals are signing on through, like, a SAML-based authentication system, like through a Google account, right? And that you're able to easily revoke their access to something or to a given, like the entire service or certain entries. And that's beneficial, say, if somebody leaves and you just want to make sure that, like, you're cleaning them up, like cleaning up their access and so on. So, and of course that also allows you to do something like a password reset and then centrally update that. So there are benefits to having a collaboration based password management. And of course, yes, there's always going to be security implications, but I mean, there kind of is for well, basically any password manager. So I don't need this new table label. I would never join an org forcing me into a Google account, though. No. I don't know. I mean, I use a Google account at work. It's fine. I have a Google account here. It's fine. And I mean, and you have a Twitch account, which in effect is basically an Amazon-owned account. So you're not much better in this regard. So, because you know, all these services hoover up a shitload of data. And plus it has a lot of benefits if you have like a Google workspace, because Google is so prevalent. There is like a lot of single sign-on support through something like Google, as well as the SAML-based support as well. So you could use something like Okta or other third-party identity providers and tying that into Google and so on and so forth. So it's quite handy. Anyway, so we have service ideas and resource access. So we'll break this down. How to handle source access, right? So something like this. So now we have an idea. Okay, here is the all right. I think this is fun. Brainstorming how we organize and communicate the above mentioned data. All right. Wasn't a serious. I don't know. Honestly, you'd be surprised the amount of people that make those kind of remarks on Twitch. So I have to kind of take those remarks seriously, unfortunately. So how do we organize this information and communicate? Okay. This is just going to be one massive board. We need these. Easier just to send this to the back. There we go. Okay. So that way we could sort of collect our ideas and then vote on them. So have one like, I guess we could have like subsections, right? Website, wikis, that sort of thing. We'll have one listed here, just website ideas. About page. Help center, should be documentation. Center. And then road maps. which I feel like we discuss in, yeah, how do we organize the roadmaps? Which kind of dives into day 2 stuff. So, okay. Here's an example. So you have like a web of stuff around this. That's kind of the idea behind the Miro board. We have org structure. How do we facilitate discussion? So, copy this. Which isn't the... I know this Miro board isn't like the sexiest looking thing, but... Fortunately, I will have like 2 weeks to refine it. How do we facilitate discussions? And what avenues should we facilitate discussions through? Something like that. Have all that. So one would be like GitHub and that sort of stuff. So, oh, I didn't mean to delete these. Okay. So far so good. Could probably nuke these. Have something like this so far. Okay. Yeah, I think it's a good start. It's not necessarily finalized. Off I go. Gonna enjoy the sun and do a long bike tour. See ya. Yeah, see you, bud. I'm gonna take a short break. Pop an ibuprofen or something. And we'll be back to actually work on the blog post announcement stuff as well. So, yeah, I will be right back. Alright, I am back. One of these days, these damn Surface headphones will provide me an option to not automatically change the playback. Alright. Like it'll pause my music when I take my headphones off, which is... Oh, my ad is about to start. We'll snooze. Snooze that ad. So it is a little loud. Okay. So, right. So we got this done. I'm pretty happy with this day one workshop board. Like, it's not the prettiest thing. Maybe we could spend some time, like... Here, let's change this to like a yellow. Right, like something like that. I'm not thrilled about this code of conduct one either. But it's a good start. Okay. So next up is actually going to be, I guess, writing the announcement about the workshops. So fortunately, I have up the Ghost site already. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have, what are they even going to be called? Let me scroll up in the general channel. Right. Community and Budgie. Oh, I guess community development. Well, I guess it's kind of like organization. Oh, what's a succinct blog title though for it? Upcoming workshops on org. Organization. Let's see. Budgie. Planning. It's not the actual fun list. I'm just thinking like the two things I would want. So upcoming workshops on organization. Development and I guess budgie planning. I feel like is that an okay blog title? Let's see. Okay. So I'm actually gonna scroll up to like my initial transparency thing. Yeah, okay, so how do I phrase all this? I know it's not the fanciest part of the I guess I could start off with a TLDR. Maybe. Let's see. Or should it be the story first? TLDR. Let's start off with a call out box. TLDR. Is that Buddies of Budgie will be F. I don't want a TLDR. If people are too lazy to read it, well, tough, I guess. All right, so when I created Buddies of Budgie organization. You know what? I actually have on the Open Collective a good set of texts as well. So let us split this. This and a tile. Nice. Let's see. When I created, see when I founded Buddies of Budgie after my departure from the Soulless team, let's see. Like I'm not trying to make it about me here. I'm just trying to provide some context to why I'm doing things in this particular manner and why it's important to me. So let's see. When I founded Buddies of Budgie after my departure from the Soulless team, I wanted to ensure that the community, that the organization and the Budgie community. Let's turn up the music a little bit. That the organization and the Budgie community that was being built, way too loud, all of a sudden, was done so with the North Star. I'll put the guiding principle. I think that's actually a better way of guiding principle to transform historically downstream consumers of Budgies into partners involved directly in Budgie's development. Alongside this, I wanted to ensure that from an organization and community perspective, we were doing this in a manner that exercised extreme transparency. Just put exercised, or was, I think extremely is a bit over the top. Let's see. Thesaurus. What we're going to do here is, okay. Extreme. Acute intense. Maximum. Ultimate. Utmost. We're doing this in a manner that had the utmost Opaque sounds better than transparent literal. Transparent. Okay. Alongside this, I want to ensure that from an organization and community perspective, we were doing this in a manner that had the utmost transparency and let's see, utmost transparency. Let's see. The immediate goals when I, upon creating Buddies of Budgie were and they don't support that, so I have to do markdown. Which is really weird. Utmost transparent. We want to be invisible, yeah. The goals were reaching out to to previously looked at. Oh, that's a poor way of putting it. Previously looked at downstreams. I guess what I'm trying to say is reaching out to like things like previously labeled downstreams or previously referred to as downstreams. But like transforming that relationship, I guess, is kind of changing, I guess, you know what, changing the relationship of downstreams like Ubuntu Budgie into equal partners in the development of the Budgie desktop and ensuring they were oh, that song just like straight up just stopped. Just ended. Okay. On a serious note, it sounds like marketing speak, no personal or emotional connection. In what ways? Because like if you think about it from the perspective, like they were downstreams that didn't engage all that much in the development of Budgie. It doesn't convey a story. Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to like provide a massive story behind like this, I guess, but yeah, I see what you mean. Let's see. Maybe here I'll explain a little bit more. For exchange Budgie for X and nobody would realize. Maybe. Let's write this first and let's work from this. For several years, these downstreams like Ubuntu Budgie were not heavily involved in its development in part due to a lack of... What would be a way of saying it? It wasn't like a lack of willingness on my part to do this. Like, I want to make it clear, like, I think there was, I think, a failure on both sides. Like, back when I was on working on Solus. But there's also, like, technical reasons for it, but those could have been overcome, like it was now. Because if you notice, nobody has really noticed the move. Like, nobody seems to actually care. Because there's also, to be honest, a bit of a danger of, like, speaking from the heart in this regard as well. So I don't really want to... I don't want to do that too much. I don't want to, like, go into too many details on why I left Solus and all that, so... like, it would provide important context, but it's not stuff I want to hash out. Or rehash, I should say. I'm not heavily involved in its development. Whether that was due to lack of prioritization when I was working on Budgie through Solus, or historic I don't know if I would say negative emotions about it. I definitely feel like there may have been individuals on the Budgie team that were unhappy with the prior leadership with Budgie, and then when I took over, like, I tried to do what I could to mend that relationship, but for these downstreams, we're not heavily involved in its development, and planning, whether that was due to lack of prioritization when I was working on Budgie through Solus, or historic negative emotions. View. I don't want to drudge that shit up either. Like, this is the problem, though. The spin is weird. It feels backwards oriented. Yeah. Yeah. But at the same time, if I stick strictly with goals and provide a minimal subset of information, like these goals, then you start sounding like then you made the remark that it sounded like marketing language and that it wasn't from the heart or anything. So I can't win. We want Budgie to be X, so we changed Y. But this isn't a matter of us saying, well, yeah, let me just continue fleshing this out, and we could continue to refine it. So the immediate goals upon creating Buddies of Budgie were changing the relationship of downstreams into to Budgie into equal partners in the development and planning of Budgie Desktop. The second one would be establishing their processes for providing feedback, engaging in discussions, fostering a healthy community, and more. And then 3, providing transparency into the organization and Budgie itself, allowing individuals to get more easily involved, its development as well as introspect introspects to just view as well as understand where we are as a project in pursuing specific community or technical, let's just say in pursuing goals. Let's see. When I founded Buddies of Budgie after my departure from the Souls team, I wanted to ensure that the organization, the Budgie community that was being built, was done so with the guiding principle to transform. Well, I mean, it isn't the sole reason why, so I feel like this will be rewritten, these 2 paragraphs, because I feel it's just like I'm trying to incorporate this like whole downstream aspect when that's just like a problem stemming from other issues, was that they weren't equal partners. So maybe just the immediate goals. Here, this is what I want to do. Here's what I founded Buddies of Budgie after my departure from the Souls team. I made it my immediate goals upon creating, let's see, it's redundant to let's see, perform outreach and change the relationship of downstreams, establish yeah, there's that. There's also, though, the reignite Budgie 10 development and start more active discussions on Budgie 11 is less focusing on what happened and brings a more positive spin to plans. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to do. That's why I'm actually just going to have this and then these bullet points. I'm going to just rip out this part. Reignite Budgie 10 development and start more active discussions on Budgie 10 or Budgie 11, establish clear process, and then let's see, ensure Yeah, there we go. I like this is better. It's more concrete, right? I made it my immediate goals to perform outreach. Yeah. Reignite, establish, ensure transparency. I think that's better. Let's see. So far, and really, actually, the more I think about it, like, yeah, this is an upcoming workshops, like blog post in some way, but I think it's also sort of a state of Buddies of Budgie so far, right? So maybe it's just a different way of looking at it. Maybe I need to look at it more from the perspective of talking about where we're at so far and where we're going. And that sort of ties into the goal of like, okay, we performed the outreach, we've started the reignition of like the Budgie 10 development and starting to talk about Budgie 11. Now it's time to make sure that we're establishing these clear processes and then tying that back into the transparency and future development of Budgie in the organization. So, yeah, maybe State of the Budgie would be a good one. Let's see. So far, we have accomplished the, well, sort of. Let's see. Let's see, Budgie development is now actively taking place in our matrix server, new GitHub. See, Budgie development is not is actively taking place in our matrix server, new GitHub organization, and discussion. Well, I guess it's Budgie development is actively taking place in our matrix server. Oh, let's do this as a mini state of the Budgie. Here is the progress. Here is what has been done so far. Some weird music, what the hell? Christmas spirit. It's no Christmas spirit. The hell? Okay. Outreach and engagement with consumers. Budgie. Like this. Budgie development. Let's see. Budgie development takes place on our dedicated Buddies of Budgie organization, and these will all be like linked up after the fact. This includes hard forks of Budgie desktop, Budgie screen, saver, let's see. So Budgie development takes place on our dedicated Buddies of Budgie GitHub organization with hard forks of Budgie Desktop View, and Budgie Screensaver. That's not necessarily regarding outreach. So that's actually more regarding just type TBA here, so that way I could do reignite Budgie 10 development and more active. Right. Something like that. So outreach, my first priority was reaching out to individuals and downstream Budgie, and let me know if the music is too quiet or something. A Budgie, I prefer to call them we'll just call them henceforth consumers. Is it redundant? No, development happens in our dedicated. Yeah, that's. Yeah, that'll be fixed. I want to write this first. My first priority was reaching out to individuals and downstreams of Budgie, henceforth consumers, about getting involved in the new development and efforts. Now, let's see, given there may have been previously some reluctance with it having been under the Solus umbrella. This outreach was through multiple means, such as email, social networks, and forum posts. We're going to have one that is, this is going to have to be marked down. See, public examples. Let's see, endeavor Dever OS forum. I have to sign in. Log in. Oh, nice. Is there a random quack in this? Weird. All right. Oh, it was here. Okay, nice. Okay. In dev or OS forum. Then Ubuntu Budgie as discourse. Should be logged in. Why am I not logged in? Weird. All right. Underdog, Buddies of Budgie. Here we go. Into Budgie discourse. Yeah, I would call it forum as well. Right. Do this. It is a quack in the song. How random. Right, so my first priority was reaching out to individuals and downstreams of Budgie, henceforth consumers, about getting involved in the new development efforts, given there may have been previously some reluctance with it having been under the Solus umbrella. This outreach was through multiple means such as emails, social networks, and forum posts. Some public, let's see, here are some public examples to facilitate these new discussions. I created a matrix server to collect, to have general support, and it's actually a matrix space to have general support and development. Off topic. To facilitate, I would say, this engagement with these consumers, as well as just your average Budgie user. I create a matrix space. I'm gonna have to let me link that. Let's see. I click invite. There we go. Okay. Dev off-topic support and development discussions. I'm happy to report we have many fine folks from these operating systems. This has proven useful in active I mean, yeah, obviously having a place where you communicate is going to help improve collaboration. Like, no shit, Sherlock, but I feel like it kind of also needs to be said. So, outreach, and then reigniting Budgie 10 development. Let's reignite one word. The Budgie development takes place on our dedicated GitHub organization with hard forks of Budgie Desktop, Budgie Desktop View, and Budgie Screensaver. This can be removed now. Let's see. We have already had 2 releases of Budgie Desktop. 10.6 and 10.6.1. Let's see. No, actually, we'll do this. Discussion. We have a discussion forum on the Buddies. Actually, we'll just do Budgie Desktop repository to gather feedback, which previously was siloed in individual, in the forums of individual operating systems. Something like that. Okay. We have a discussion forum. Gather feedback and ideas, which previously were siloed. I wish there was a proper FreeBSD adoption. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how well that would work anyways, because we leverage quite a bit of systemd and login. That isn't to say that I wouldn't be willing to support FreeBSD. I'm just not the one that would want to put in that work. And there isn't anybody in the current pool of active contributors that are interested in any of the BSDs either. So I don't know, like if somebody comes along and is like, hey, I'd be willing to you know, do the work and maintain yeah, platform services or a thing. Okay. Like I'd be willing to ensure that, you know, the FreeBSD support or the BSD support is introduced, and you know, I'll be the one to maintain it and so on. Like I wouldn't reject that commit. So see, we have a discussion forum. Previously, we're in the forums of individual operating systems. We have already had 2 releases of Budgie Desktop, 10.6 and 10.1. These include contributions from across doesn't. These leverage. Oh, actually, here. Translations. There are shims and Wayland works too. Still, it is a bit edgy. So what do most people end up actually using on BSDs? Like, do they require? Well, do like people still use like GNOME Shell, even though it's probably hacked together to use BSD stuff, or is it more like Plasma and forks, like older forks of Plasma, like KDE4 stuff? Trying to remember, wasn't there a what was it? BSD or something had a fork. Current Plasma? Okay. Are done through our trans effects rather than requiring the infrastructure of a specific operating system. Don't know if it's actually going to copy this, but let's find out. There. We're going 338-ish? Oh, that's old. Yikes. I mean, though, to be fair, GNOME 40 is kind of when it went downhill, so maybe dodging bullets there. Acquiring specific operating system. See, maybe put in terms of releases. We have already had 2 releases of Budgie Desktop, 10.6 and 10.6.1. I want to use an emoji here. Get emoji. It's not that different. The question is how native you want to get. You get dbus in this compat library. Compat layer. Yeah. For me, like, it's just a bit too much work to have all that. Yeah. I mean, it's like to set all that up, or I'd have to choose an operating system that handles all that for me, like a PC BSD or whatever it's called at this point. And I'm sure there's plenty of gotchas and isms, and yeah, of course, then you have to think about the hardware support, because let's be honest, when it comes to hardware support, like Linux isn't absolutely amazing, but I'm sure it's better than the BSDs. So let's see. David, I want to make sure I'm actually spelling his name right. I'm pretty sure it's Mohammed, aka Foss Freedom from the Ubuntu Budgie project. Has been doing an absolutely stellar job. See, in terms of releases, we have already had 2 releases of Budgie Desktop, 10.6 and 10.6.1. 10.6 incorporated a considerable rewrite of both our icon task list and application tracking, as well as broadening of our notification server to promote more use cases of Budgie. As well as a new notification. It is a new notification server. So. But I guess maybe FreeBSD when it becomes a choice in case of Budgie SDK. We finally support for recent Wi-Fi chips where you could split platform services. Yeah, I mean, and when it comes to Budgie, I think it'll be better with Budgie 11 because the idea is to have this very clear separation between the data model and the presentation layer, versus the data layer and the presentation layer, where the data layer would be this very sophisticated Budgie daemon that is basically what everything communicates through, likely using something like protobuf. That hasn't been decided, but using like gRPC and protobuf are the likely Budgie 11 equals this together. Yeah, in a way, where you have this data layer, and you could just also build your own presentation layer if you wanted. And what I mean by that is you could build your own Budgie panel or your own Raven or a completely different desktop environment that leverages this daemon. It's not necessarily going to be the use case. However, the idea is for it to be more of a platform rather than the GNOME aspect, which is more of a product-oriented viewpoint. At least that's how I felt, and how I think they probably perceive themselves, as they're building a product that goes on operating systems rather than a platform for other people to leverage. And that they've certainly been acting that way. Whether or not they believe that, I don't know, but they've been acting that way. But also you need that clear separation between the data layer and the presentation layer, because if you want to have Wayland support, you're going to have to separate it out from, like, all your application tracking and notification server bits are going to have to be separate from the presentation layer anyways, because you're going to need multiple components which are in complete isolation to be able to communicate with each other. So we've been using like Budgie 10, and we will continue using Budgie 10 as sort of this playground for it, for those sorts of ideas, and then transform that and translate it through Budgie 11 and, you know, build out from there. So where all the things are dbus servers or gRPC servers with the protobuf protocol, which provides us a dedicated programmatic scheme that could be then used across multiple programming languages. Whereas with dbus, like, I don't know if you've ever had to deal with dbus and they're all the weird data types, and then having to deal with stuff like through glib and gobject and all that. It's an absolute mess. So that's all the stuff I would want to avoid. Pretty sure it's David Moore. Anyways. 10.6 incorporated a considerable rewrite of both our icon task list and application tracking, as well as a new notification server. I still feel you got to support touch and mobile as a platform. No, I mean, we're desktop focused. In terms of touch, I could see use cases for like touch gestures and making sure that the events that we listen to on the presentation layer, like clicking, quote unquote, could also be handled with touch. But when we think about it from the perspective of like a Fosh shell or whatever, no. Definitely a hard no. We're not going down the route of like libid data and that kind of stuff. Desktop is a presentation in my perspective. It's, for me, in part a presentation, and in part just like a fundamental way of interacting with this certain layer of data, which, yeah, I guess you could say is an aspect of presentation, which is user interaction. But anyways, like, but Budgie Desktop itself is not going to be like, it's not going to support mobile. But like from a presentation perspective, but having the opportunity for someone else to take Budgie and then build a presentation layer on top of that to have like their own mobile UX is something I would be fine with. So, and then of course stuff like Wayland would also support or be better in that regard. But anyways, back to this. So Budgie 10 incorporated a considerable rewrite of both our icon task list and application tracking, as well as a notification server. 10.6.1 featured numerous improvements, numerous bug fixes when it comes to Budgie 10.7. We are already well underway and introducing a new Budgie menu with even more re-architecture, as well as new internal theme. So we are pretty happy with the current situation in the development of Budgie 10.x. David Mohammed, Budgie project has been doing an absolutely stellar job, and our fork of GNOME Control Center, which is Budgie Control Center. This new Control Center will serve Budgie 10.x users and provide us a space, provide us more separation from GNOME applications. Let's go ahead and link Budgie Control Center. Oh, no, here. Will serve. Okay. Platform is services, interrupt, libs, and add a presentation on top, like flavors for desktop, mobile, and tablet. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely looking at it from the perspective of a platform, and then you have a presentation layer. And, you know, like when you think about it from the perspective of like us being a platform, like, yes, that will also mean providing our Budgie desktop like presentation layer as well. But theoretically, you wouldn't have to use it. I don't know what you would use instead, but you could build your own alternative, I guess, which is kind of the idea. But also when you think about it from the perspective of a platform, I'm also talking about it from the perspective of like, we're not going to be building out like 500 million different applications that are built to work with Budgie and Budgie alone. Definitely the drive is going to be like if somebody wants to build out an application, like go ahead, but it's not going to be under the Buddies of Budgie umbrella. It'll be them doing it separately in their own free time, and us trying to like promote it if that feels like a reasonable thing to do. Like I don't want to be putting users in a situation where they feel like they are getting a lesser experience if they aren't using our IDE and our image viewer and our video player and our calendar and our web browser and our photos applications and our file manager and, you know, so on and so forth, right? I want to build, and hell, actually, here, I'll show you. I want to be able to have the capability to just swap out a file manager, right? If I upgrade, say, from GNOME 41 to 42, and my file manager changes and suddenly looks like ass all of a sudden, I wonder why. It would be nice to be able to just swap that out and not feel like I'm getting a regression in user experience. And you know what? That's what I did here, right? I'm not telling people like you have to use a particular file manager. It's just like use whatever the hell you want and we'll try to make it work. And even when I was implementing desktop support, desktop icon support through the Budgie desktop view, I knew from the get-go that not everyone was going to like it, okay? Because it was opinionated. It doesn't allow you to move icons around and that sort of thing. And I get that people aren't going to be happy with it. The idea was to finally upgrade Nautilus and just offer something for people that would serve some basic use case, okay? But I recognized not everyone was going to be happy about it. So from the get-go, I made sure that oh god, I'm blanking on the project name. I would have to check the source code. But that other desktop icon implementations were going to be supported in Budgie by virtue of like our Budgie desktop settings. So if you had that thing installed and you selected it, it would show you options that were relevant to that option. So that's our way of integrating with other products and other services and apps. Isn't that the app image idea? MauiKit and Hello BSD, Hello System. I haven't really followed too much about that. I think MauiKit, yeah. I mean, MauiKit, definitely they're pursuing it both from the perspective of, yes, they're using KDE libraries, but in a way I feel like they're building out a product on top of a platform, which I mean, I guess they're free to do. I don't really have a particular strong view on that either way. It's not really my cup of tea personally. I can't speak to Hello System. It sounds familiar, but I think it might have popped up on like Reddit at some point, but my brain is, I always have to dump stuff. They are bundling apps into like app images. I don't know. I'm to me, when I look at stuff like Flatpak, I look at it mostly from the perspective of solving the issue with like third-party proprietary applications, as opposed to let's have everything in a container. And because I also look at it from the perspective of I want to be able to leverage system libraries, because the system libraries, for one, are shared, and second off, you get any of the benefits of like compile time optimizations, like, you know, LTO or PGO or changes to different GCC or Clang flags and that sort of stuff. So I'm not really sold on app images, which I understand those can in part use system libraries. So I guess like the whole idea of containerization of graphical applications, I'm not entirely sold on. I think Android APKs and macOS.app images. Oh. Gotcha. All right, so let's read this. All right. reignite Budgie 10 development. Budgie development takes place on our dedicated GitHub organization. Let's actually go ahead and link that. Right? Dedicated GitHub organization with hard forks of Budgie Desktop, Budgie Desktop View, and Budgie Screensaver. We have a discussion forum on the Budgie Desktop repository. Let's actually go ahead and link that. I think I'll pause the music again. Are you still listening? Yes, I'm still listening. Together. Let's see. I kickstarted discussion around Budgie 10 development through, I know I didn't spell that correctly, I'll fix it in a sec. See. Through the moving forward and making Budgie, is it making Budgie fly again? Making Budgie 10 fly again. Making Budgie 10 fly again. Posts as well as numerous issues that served as focal points on identified problems with Budgie 10.x. Oh, I think that, oh, no, okay, there. Fly or fly again? Fly again. Okay. In essence, it's more about distributing apps in a file system layer. Isolation and containerization is optional. Yeah, I mean, that's the distribution method. Like, the distribution angle, I understand. So. Well, I mean, I guess in part containerization and the idea of like having dedicated permissions, I think is also noble. I haven't really needed that though when it comes to open source applications, because at least in my opinion, the premise behind why you would want to do that with something like an Android application, right, where you would want to prevent it from looking at your location or accessing your camera or your audio devices, anything of that sort, is because those are untrusted, right? And I could understand it from the perspective of distribution of proprietary software via stuff like Flatpak. But when it comes to open source, I feel like the permission system around that is, in my opinion, largely unnecessary because it is open source and you can go and audit the source code. Of course, if you're looking at it from the angle of like the execution of security vulnerabilities in a given application, that being able to do something nefarious to your devices or root file system, there's a use case there, but I feel like a lot of people don't approach it from that angle, but rather a trust angle of, do I trust this application to not like look at my location constantly and share that out to third parties? So translations are done through our transifex rather than requiring the infrastructure of a specific operating system. In terms of releases, we have already had 2 releases of Budgie Desktop, 10.6 and 10.6.1. 10.6 incorporated a considerable rewrite of both our icon task list and application tracking, as well as a new notification server. 10.6.1 featured numerous bug fixes. When it comes to Budgie 10.7, we are already well underway in introducing a new Budgie menu with even more re-architecture, as well as a new internal theme. So we are pretty happy with the current situation in the development of Budgie 10.x. David Mohammed, aka False Freedom from the Ubuntu Budgie project, has been doing an absolutely stellar job in our fork of GNOME Control Center, which is Budgie Control Center. The new Control Center will serve Budgie 10.x users and provide us more separation from GNOME. Just GNOME in general. All of this put together goes to show our commitment as a community in the development of Budgie 10 until it is in until Budgie 11 is in a place where it until Budgie 11 is ready for general availability. Okay. See, discussions around Budgie 11 are still in their early days. However, as we have looked more at the re-architecture of Budgie 10, serve as a playground for new ideas to pursue for 10.x. These discussions have occurred, and we have a stronger sense of the identity of Budgie 11. Our goals will be further expanded in greater detail our upcoming workshops. Gotcha. Okay. Next up is establishing clear processes. For well, if we look at it from the perspective of building the organization and establishing clear processes. Okay. Now, establishing. Oh no. Server error, huh? That's no good. And that was 15 days ago, last seen. Okay, so it's still up. Let's... What's that? Establishing. It might have just been a temporary blip. If I just give it a sec. I think it seems fine. Okay. See. Upcoming workshops. This brings us to, let's see, goals 3 and 4. As there's been a bit of a wall of, let's see, to reiterate those goals. Copy paste that. If I preview this, is it going to reset? No. Nice. It does actually start at 3. Okay. Good. Very nice. Actually, do I want to use better level ones? View that. Yeah, I want to use header level ones. All right, so establish clear processes and ensure transparency. To accomplish, see, actually, while these never be done with, how do I want to say this? With iterating on the see. While we firmly, it's not so much as while, we firmly believe in the idea of continuous improvement, whether that is in the ways we work, the ways we communicate, or ways we address issues. I want to apply the lessons I have learned from my past involvement in Solus and its community to ensure we have clear processes for engagement in our community, transparency, in all regards. And let's see. Okay. Firmly believe in the idea of continuous improvement, whether that is in the ways we work, the ways we communicate, or the ways we address issues. I want to apply the lessons I have learned from my past involvement in Solus and its community to ensure from the start we have a clear processes for engagement in our community, transparency in all regards, and a well-defined identity as an organization. In the spirit of transparency, and community engagement, these are not happening behind closed doors with a small subset of users. With the small subset of individuals. I would say a small group. Let's see. These discussions are not happening behind closed doors with a small group of individuals. Instead, we will be hosting, actually, I will be hosting 2 public workshops details below. That will not only delve into a wide range of community, actually we'll do non-technical and technical topics, but allow direct involvement from everyone. see, active contributors. So instead, I will be hosting 2 public workshops, details below, that will not only delve into a wide range of non-technical and technical topics, but allow direct involvement from everyone, active contributors to normal Budgie users. These will be recorded on, these will be live streamed on my Twitch and uploaded to both my personal YouTube account as well as the new Buddies of Budgie channel. We'll call it channel, not. As well as, and uploaded to both my personal YouTube channel. Yeah, we'll phrase it that way. Let's go ahead and actually list those out. So we're going to do Josh Trouble, my YouTube. Let's open up. Okay, Buddies of Budgie. Okay. Materials from our collaboration, such as our hero board, will also be accessible right. So day 1 workshop will take place on, and let's copy pasta this, roll down, and there we go. And cover the topics of. Okay, I need good old Markdown now. Good. Okay. Let's go ahead and hold this, I guess. Okay. And then day 2 workshop will take place on and cover the topics of okay. Gotta do the same dealio here. Something like this. Let's bold this, I guess, as well. Okay. Let's see. So I intend on having further workshops such as a day 3 on though the topic for that is to TBD. Oh, yeah, we'll do TBD. Okay. To attend. Oh, this actually, I need to check on meet. Hopefully this doesn't fuck up stuff. Okay. I can schedule it. I think logistically it'll just be better if when I post it, I just have the meeting using raw CSS. I have no idea what you mean by raw CSS. My keyboard is a Helidox Corn. Actually, did I ever update my personal website? That info? I don't think I have a picture of it. No. I mean, this is using just Ghost. And this is Open Collective. This is just a completely different site that I had open that had some of our immediate goals. For the for the Budgie website, it does use SCSS. It's actually open source here. If you go to like styles, you can see SCSS and that. But it also uses Material UI, and they have a styling object and all of that allows it to allows you to inject styling. So, and then there's all the Next.js stuff on top of that too. So, but this isn't what I'm working on. I'm just working on a blog post that is up on the current. That's going to be up on the current Buddies of Budgie Ghost site, which the Ghost blog at the moment, like, it'll be used to actually link to our content, but when the main site is done, which I've been like posting about it on my Twitter, and it's open source, so you technically clone it and check it out. It will use the Ghost content API to fetch that content and ingest it and process it and so on and so forth. So, how did you get better with CSS coming from backend development, system programming? I didn't come from backend development. But I learned CSS like how many years ago would that have been? 16 years ago, and I've just kept up with the technology. I would say that Mozilla has some really amazing, I mean, they objectively speaking have the best web development related documentation. But of course, there's like countless online tutorials for, you know, basics to CSS and SCSS and stuff like React and TypeScript and JavaScript and so on. So I didn't come from backend development. I started off doing like HTML and CSS, and then I needed a more data-driven generated approach. So that pushed me into PHP, and then from PHP into JavaScript for the more reactive elements, and then from PHP to Golang and also Node.js and that sort of stuff. So, and then a lot of it recently has been either a mix between Node on the back end as well, or Golang, and then front end has been a wide variety of stuff. Sometimes just using React Direct, sometimes not using React at all, just writing TypeScript and having your own component library. Sometimes it's been like React plus Material UI. So I can't really delve much deeper into that because then we start talking about like NDAs and whatever. But generally speaking, even for like my own personal stuff, it's been sort of that small set. So that answers your question. But the followed by Budgie site development, I'm not doing that at the moment. I don't actually know if I'm gonna get around to it today because I'm working a lot on this. So yeah. Anyways, let's see. I intend on having further workshops such as day 3 on May blah blah. See how to get involved. And we'll just say like getting involved. So links to, see, we will be using Google Meet to facilitate these discussions. And let's see, the link to the individual, let's see, to the meets, let's say workshop meets are shared directly with participants through our matrix server. In addition to that, let's see, and will also be published in the general channel before the workshops start. Let's see, and Miro boards are shared directly with participants and will be published in the general channel as well before the workshops start. I'm going to go ahead and relink invite. There we go. We'll do a summary. to summarize the current state of the project, the organization, and Budgie. Desktop is healthier than, is more lively and healthier than ever. Oh yeah, I was gonna link you. Sorry, I spaced. Setup. Did I even update this? I did. Did I update this? I did. Okay. Hopefully some of this, I really need to like expand on this to actually have a picture of my Heliodox core and a link to the keyboard, like under hardware, like have a dedicated section for it, but there you go. More lively and healthier than ever, with lively and healthier than ever. More lively and healthier than ever. Budgie 10 series is looking great with and 11. We are optimistic about development going into Budgie 10. From a personal perspective, working on Buddies of Budgie and Budgie Desktop through the new organization has been a breath of fresh air, and I look forward to the years. Wow, that was quite a shift in the non-copyright music. I was going from like super happy stuff to a song called Thor's Hammer. Ugh. Okay. Well, I guess that's what you get with a random non-copyright playlist on YouTube. All right, from a personal perspective, we're working on Buddies of Budgie and Budgie Desktop through the new organization has been a fresh breath of fresh air, and I look forward to the years. Look forward to many more years. I look forward to the future. Okay. Well, let's preview this. Let's do state of Budgie for April 2022. The state of Budgie, April 2022. All right. These discussions, these workshops, and any actionable information will be, well, just really any information. These workshops will be summarized in a dedicated blog post, as well as through any other agreed on mediums. Okay. State of Budgie, April 2022, which is completely different to what I was originally going to write, which was just an announcement about the workshop. But I feel like it ties into it nicely. Okay. So it's time to get some coffee or, I don't know, tea or whatever, settle down, and I'm about to read you a story. So, or in my case, after this, it might be whiskey, but all right. The State of Budgie, April 2023. Buddies of Budgie was founded to provide a home for Budgie Desktop, an open source modern desktop environment built to provide you immediate access to the things you need and keep out your way when you need it to most. When I founded Buddies of Budgie after my departure from the Souls team, I made it my immediate goals to 1. Perform outreach and change the relationship of downstreams like Ubuntu Budgie into equal partners in the development and planning of Budgie Desktop. 2. Reignite Budgie 10 development and start more active discussions on Budgie 10. And 3. Establish clear processes for providing feedback, engaging in discussions, fostering a healthy community, and more. Oh, actually, I should touch on the website stuff as well, like in the development or whatever. 3. Establish clear processes for providing feedback, engaging in discussions, fostering a healthy community, and more. I think I just read that. 4. Ensuring transparency and into the organization of Budgie itself, allowing individuals to get more easily involved in its development, as well as understand where we are as a project and pursuing goals. As a mini state of the Budgie. Oh yeah, it should be State of the Budgie, not the State of Budgie. State of the Budgie. State of the Budgie. Outreach and engagement with consumers of Budgie. My first priority was reaching out to individuals and downstreams of Budgie, henceforth consumers, about getting involved in the new development efforts, given there may have been previously some reluctance with it having been under the Souls umbrella. This outreach was through multiple means, such as email, social networks, and forum posts. Here are some public examples, which should be lowercase. Okay. Public examples. There. And there. Okay. To facilitate this engagement with these consumers, as well as just your average Budgie user, I created a matrix space, which is linked, to have off-topic support and development discussions. This has proven useful in our active collaboration efforts. Reignite Budgie 10 development and discussions on Budgie Load. Budgie development takes place on our dedicated GitHub organization with hard forks of Budgie Desktop View, and Budgie Screensaver. We have a discussion forum on the Budgie Desktop repository to gather feedback and ideas which previously were in the forums of individual operating systems. I kickstarted discussion around Budgie 10 development through them moving forward and making Budgie 10 fly again posts, as well as numerous issues that have served as focal points on identified problems with Budgie 10.x. Translations are done through our transifex rather than requiring the infrastructure of a specific operating system. Let's change this. Work has also been underway on a new Budgie, on a Budgie site. which... All right, let's actually link that. So if we go to here, Buddies of Budgie site. In terms of releases, we have already had 2 releases of Budgie Desktop, 10.6 and 10.6.1. 10.6 incorporated a considerable rewrite of both our icon task list, as well as, and application tracking, as well as a new notification server. 10.6.1 featured numerous bug fixes. When it comes to 10.7, we are already well underway in introducing a new Budgie menu with even more re-architecture, as well as a new internal theme. So we are pretty happy with the current situation in the development of Budgie 10.x. David Mohammed, aka Foss Freedom from the Ubuntu Budgie project. You know what, I actually want to link Ubuntu Budgie. UbuntuBudgie.org. Ubuntu Budgie. Let me actually double check GitHub. I don't want to fuck up his name. I'm 100% sure it's this. Okay. Yes. I was right. But it'd be pretty embarrassing if I was wrong. So, all right. David Mohammed, aka Foss Freedom from the Ubuntu Budgie project, has been doing an absolutely stellar job in our fork of GNOME Control Center, which is Budgie Control Center. This new control center will serve Budgie 10.x users and provide us more separation from GNOME. All this put together goes to show our commitment as a community in the development of Budgie 10 until Budgie 11 is ready for general availability. Discussions around Budgie 11 are still in their early days. However, as we have looked more at the re-architecture of Budgie 10 to serve as a playground for new ideas to pursue for 10. No, that's not correct. However, as we have looked more at the re-architecture of Budgie 10.x, this has also been done with the mindset of serving as a playground for new ideas to pursue for 11. And these discussions have occurred. Let's see. This just reads wrong. The current matrix channel. If you go to the Budgie desktop GitHub repository, there's a link at the top of the README for it. I'm not trying to be lazy. I'm just I don't want to get too sidetracked. Been done with the mindset. These discussions have occurred while we work on these re-architectures. And our goals. Okay, this reads so much better. All right. Budgie is still a desktop environment, not an OS. Budgie never was an operating system. But yes, Budgie is a desktop environment. The discussions around Budgie 11 are still in their early days. However, as we have looked more at the re-architecture for Budgie 10.x, this has been done with the mindset of serving as a playground for new ideas to pursue for 11. And these discussions have occurred while we work on those re-architectures. We have a stronger sense of the identity of Budgie 11, and our goals would be further expanded in greater detail in our upcoming workshops. And then diving into the upcoming workshops. This brings us to goals 3 and 4. To reiterate these goals, I'm not going to reread them. We firmly believe in the idea of continuous improvement, whether that is in the ways we work, the ways we communicate, or the ways we address issues. I want to apply the lessons I have learned from my past involvement in Solus and its community to ensure from the start we have clear processes for engagement in our community, transparency in all regards, and a well-defined identity as an organization. This also includes the adoption. Actually, let's see. Such as the adoption of the code of conduct I had originally wrote for Solus. Let's see, transparency in whenever possible, in a well-defined identity as an organization. In the spirit of transparency and community engagement, these discussions are not happening behind closed doors with a small group of individuals. Instead, I will be hosting 2 public workshops, details below, that will not only delve into a wide range of non-technical and technical topics, but allow direct involvement from everyone, active contributors to normal Budgie users. These will be live streamed on my Twitch and uploaded to both my personal YouTube channel, as well as the new Buddies of Budgie channel. Materials from our collaboration, such as our mural board, will also be accessible. Day 1, yeah, that's all fine. That's all fine. I'm not going to read that out. So I intend on having further workshops, such as a day 3 on May 7th, blah, blah, blah. So the topic for that is TBD. These workshops will be summarized in a dedicated blog post, as well as through any other agreed mediums. As well through, no, as well as, that's, as well as through, let's see, getting involved. We will be using Google Meet to facilitate these discussions. The link to the workshop meets and mirror boards are shared directly with participants through our Matrix server and will also be published in the general channel as well before the workshops start. Summary. To summarize the current state of the organization of Budgie Desktop is more lively and healthier than ever. Budgie 10 series is looking great, and we are optimistic about development going into Budgie 11. Let me add more notes here. The organization is already well versed in is how would I put this? So I want to think about it from the perspective of let's see. Okay, we are actively working on ways to build a healthy and well-structured community. The workshops are a result of our intentions in this regard. Budgie 10 series is looking great, and we are optimistic about development going into Budgie 11. From a personal perspective, working on Buddies of Budgie and Budgie Desktop through the new organization has been a breath of fresh air. I look forward to seeing where we go in the future. I would say it's pretty good. What do you guys think? You think that's a good state of the Budgie for April? I mean, for the first state of the Budgie, really. Like, is there anything that you guys feel should be touched on, or in the meantime, while you think about that, I'm gonna fire up Pexels here. Give it 3 thumbs up. Wow, that's quite generous. Maybe free pick as well. Free pick. I mean, you gotta be some crazy mutant for it to. Maybe like organization. I feel like that might actually be the most literal sense. I mean, I guess I could also just take a screenshot of the Miro board, right? Like, feel like that's an option. If I find it. Here we go. Oh, just a way of saying complete approval. Fair enough. I feel like this is probably fine. Like, I don't think it needs to be anything special. I could have like an overlay on top of it or whatever. And let's go ahead and take a. Let's see. You know, I'm actually gonna do rectangle region. Oh, you know what? I need to hide these controls. There we go. Okay. That's fine. Let's fire up Inkscape. This will be our 1920 by 1080 template. So we're gonna want a box as well with no radius. Thank you. 1920 by 1080. We need to change the alignment of it to be something like that. Let's go ahead and change the transparency, the opacity of it, I mean. And we will switch over to spectacle. Copy, paste. Nice. I'm gonna do 1080. No, we need to do 1920. I'm gonna do boy here. Line width, page, which it does not want to do. Drop that down. Okay. Okay. Like, I know it's not the sexiest, like, thing here. Actually, let's copy this, but it'll be fine. It communicates something. And you know what? If people complain about it, who the hell cares at this point? Like, I can't win with some people anyways. All right, let's go ahead and open up a new window. And then do open up Budgie. Copy that. That looks a little weird. Yeah. That I don't know about. Like, that's way too bright. Something like that. I'm not blown away with this design, to be clear. So if somebody else has a better idea, I'm all for it. I mean, I could use... Could use something like this. Or this one. We'll go ahead and download this one. Gotta go. Yeah. Have a good one. I'm probably gonna be wrapping up after this anyways. Like, I'm not sure I have the mental energy at the moment to work on the site, to be quite honest. I'm still pretty tired from week at work. But yeah, thanks for tuning in and giving your feedback. I do appreciate it. This. $1920 by 1080. Obviously, it's not going to be this color. I'm just trying to figure out where it works in terms of this. Like something like this. I'm also thinking about deleting that old man. I think I will. Control Shift Z or G. I don't want to delete. Oh yeah, we'll delete that. There. We'll shift all these people over. Or we're like, oh my god, ageism. It just doesn't work. Can I do something like this? I actually don't mind that. I think that's a lot better than what I was going for with the Miro board. All right. So let's delete that. Let's group that back up, and we're gonna do Control Shift A, align it to the page. Actually, you know what? We should drop it all the way down to the bottom. We'll do state of budgie, or we could do a higher up. 40. We do something like let's make sure this is at 100. Let's see. State of the budgie. All right, so this is gonna be what font? Era? No. Oh, I do have enter. Nice. All right, enter. Do maybe bold. Is that 100%? It is. All right. Something like this, and then below it, we'll do April 2022. I kind of like it, to be quite honest. Save this. I need to take it off screen now. Document. Do state of the budgie. We'll do an export of the entire page, right? And then I want to make sure that it's using a white background as well instead of transparency. I think I need to do that in document settings. Here. All right, export PNG. To fuck it. There we go. State of the budgie, April 2022. .png. All right, let's open up GIMP. And open up this. It's only 220 kilobytes. Kilobytes, I mean. Let's convert it to JPEG regardless. JPEG. All right, let's see how much we could shrink it by. We don't need the EXIF data or color profile or thumbnail. I feel like this is fine. 115? Okay. Nice. We go over here. Add feature image. State of the budgie JPEG. Right. Nice. Okay. Let's go ahead and update state of the budgie April 2022. Have tag of news, and we're gonna have a new tag, state of the budgie. All right. April 2022. And what is coming up in the near future? Okay. All that's fine. That's fine as well. Okay. I'm actually going to go back because I'm going to go to 10.6.1 here. Create a snippet, and it's going to be support. I'm going to call open collective support. So now, in theory, I should be able to use this snippet down here. If I go down here and I click on oh, that's so nice. Oh, yeah, that's great. Okay. Okay. I'm quite happy with this. All right, let's I guess get this published out, right? As a side note, and this is something I don't like. If you don't follow us on social media, obviously I would encourage you to follow Buddies of Budgie on Fostodon and Twitter. But I'm very proud of the fact that, and I won't click on this because I actually am signed in, so it'll show as private information. But the fact that we actually had our biggest like invoice yet through Open Collective, which is $200 for the Budgie menu re-architecture, which sounds like not a lot, but we're talking about like code that is extremely old and buggy. Some of it not even ours, actually. Some of it was like Gmenu, which was developed by GNOME, and we've just been suffering the consequences of using it ever since. So the nicety is all that's been rewritten, and there is now a user menu for logging out and all that, for powering off, for accessing user settings, that sort of stuff, directly in Budgie menu, and it'll be coming in 10.7. So this is like a substantial item. And I told Evan Yeager, aka Evan, like that I would refuse the PR unless he actually sent me an invoice for $200. So I want to thank all of you for actually that have supported us on Open Collective for doing so, because this money allows us to actually do these major re-architectures and for people to be fairly compensated for that, because that's something that's really important to me, is that these individuals are able to be fairly compensated. So, you know, it's going to like major things. So thank you for that. And if you aren't supporting our Open Collective, if you go over to opencollective.com /buddies I could actually just link it. I'll link it here. And you want to support us financially as we work on Budgie Desktop, then at least you know the money's going to like useful things like that, or like, you know, me doing infrastructure cost invoicing. And these are all like transparent. So yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out for that. So let's go ahead and get this published. Although I feel like I should touch on Open Collective and all that too. Let's see. Let's see. Supporting. Let's see. Finally, let's see, a dedicated Open Collective for Budgie. Budgie swag. Let's see. I know I was about to publish. I was like, oh, this is something I actually kind of want to cover. Budgie desktop. Let's see. A part of building. Part of any open. Well, I should say. Aspect of many open source projects is the fair, oh, I should say the, oh, how do I, because I don't really care about it from the perspective of like me doing full-time. Like, that's not the goal, actually at all. It's not even like me getting compensated because I actually do it through the Spice program. So I feel like I get fairly compensated every month anyways. However, it's like for others to be fairly compensated for their work as well as to be able to fund both future development and other items. Let's see. Previously, there was no direct way to financially, I should say in the past, there was no direct way to financially support the development of Budgie desktop and the infrastructure that enables its continued development. That I should say this. We are quite fortunate to have the open source collective be our offer its fiscal hosting and non-profit functions for open source projects, and that includes Buddies of Budgie. Let's see. Via our open collective. Let's see. Thanks to the support of backers on our open collective, we have already been able to reimburse 250 USD for various development items, such as, scroll down, some expenses, fixing a long-standing issue with icon scaling in the icon task list applet, as well as a massive re-architecture and numerous improvements to Budgie menu. So if you would like to help support our development of Budgie financially, that would desktop If you would like to help support our development of Budgie Desktop financially, the opportunity is available, and we would greatly appreciate the support. If you are interested in getting something for, in getting some nice Budgie swag, the proceeds, let's see, the margins go directly to our open collective on a monthly basis. We have t-shirts, hoodies, hoodies. All right, let me open up spreadshirt. Shop. Let's see, long sleeve shirts, t-shirts, and long sleeved or long sleeve shirts. Hoodies. We have polos. Let's see. Oh wow, those buttons are out. I'm glad I bought them. Cups, stickers. Stickers. And more. You can check it out on our EU, or I should say European spread shirt, and I guess technically the other one is US spread. So technically it's more North American and North American spread shirt shops. So I do markdown, Europe, I think it's .com for US. Yeah. Actually, financially. All right, now let's preview it. In the past, there was no direct way to financially support the development of Budgie Desktop and the infrastructure that enables its continued development. We are quite fortunate to have the open source collective offer its fiscal hosting and nonprofit functions for open source projects, and that includes Buddies of Budgie via our open collective. Thanks to support of backers in our open collective, we have already been able to reimburse 250 USD for various development items such as fixing a long-standing issue with icon scaling and the icon task list, as well as a massive re-architecture and numerous improvements to Budgie Desktop. If you would like to support our development of Budgie Desktop financially, the opportunity is available and we would greatly appreciate the support. If you are interested, you're interested in getting some nice Budgie swag, the margins go directly to our open collective on a monthly basis. We have t-shirts and long sleeve shirts, hoodies, polo stickers, and more. We'll just do t-shirts, long sleeve shirts, these polo stickers, and more. You can check it out on our European Spreadshirt and North American Spreadshirt shops. Okay. I feel like that's good enough. Publish. Okay, publish. Publish. Okay. Now I go back, dashboard, view site. How about view site on the actual site? Thank you. State of the Budgie. All right. Well, I guess we should post it to the old social networks, huh? Go to Firefox, which I know isn't a social network. That's where I post. Okay. A state of the Budgie for April 2022. Let's see, let's see, everything, State of the Budgie is now out. We cover what has been done so far in the organization. Budgie Desktop, and what is coming up in the next couple of weeks. Let's see, actually we'll put an upcoming community and upcoming workshops. What site is it from? It's actually just from YouTube. It's a playlist called Non-Copyrighted Instrumental Music, and it's very hit and miss. Check it. Let's see. All right. Do that. And then we'll do State of the Budgie. like so. Yeah, we'll just, there we go. That somehow triggered it. Good. Okay. Prep that. Prep this. This will just have the attachment. It doesn't do the auto embed, I don't think. Okay. So I tweet that out. Gotta go over to my Twitter. Refresh. Oh, of course, it shows up then. Retweet. Of course. Go here, and I gotta use the budgie. This is one of the things I love so much about Fostodon is they have like the emotes for different things, including budgie. So there we go. Do all that. Mute on both. Okay. And then also, I guess, Reddit. We'll use normal Reddit. If it'll let me. Hello? Reddit. Thank you. Okay. Great post. It should fill that in, but it didn't. Oh, it did. Just took a while. Okay. Flare. It's not really any of these. Open source organization, I guess. Buddies of Budgie. Date of the Budgie. Buddies of Budgie. Okay. Post. Oh, and can't wait to look forward to being shat on r/Linux like usually happens. Almost predictable. Let's post it to our general channel. So there we go. The workshops are announced there. All right. Hey, Murdy. Oh, we got that announced, which is good. Oh, okay. So we got our Miro board. So as a recap for those that are just tuning in late, I am going to be hosting a couple workshops on the 30th and the 31st. Sorry, not the 31st. There's no 31st. On the 30th and the 1st. Made this mistake like 5 times now. And that will discuss a wide range of topics. Those topics are actually talked about in the new blog post for Buddies of Budgie. So it's actually down here and in the sort of upcoming workshops. And to cover all of that, I built a Miro board. So for those that aren't familiar, Miro is like an online whiteboard software. So I organized like the day 1 discussion points. You had total and complete approval of the entire planet. Some would say you're doing something wrong. Dev critics is be doing something right. So say one philosophy, maybe. Anyway, so we have a to-do list and in progress and down here. And then we have a discussion here around core values. So we have an ideas pool. And then we have a consensus creation. So how do we actually create consensus? So you grab a sticky note, you write down your idea, and we talk about it. And, you know, we put it in agreed or we don't. We have code of conduct, which this is a bit of a long one, but basically it goes into like, is there something we haven't covered about this topic? And then add a sticky note there. Are there improvements that should be made to the language of that section? Add a sticky, are there any concerns? You know, all that sort of stuff. So there's like this collaborative effort where we're going through the code of conduct and actually sitting down as a community and looking at it. And this is the code of conduct I had originally written from Solus that was approved by the community more or less, and didn't end up getting pushed forward for other reasons I won't discuss. And then we have org structure. So we're going to try to divide up like what is a team what are some team-oriented responsibilities and how or what teams would accomplish that, and individual responsibilities like billing, like I'll handle that. Like that's something I'm perfectly happy with. How do we facilitate discussions? So this is sort of a blank template, same deal, sticky notes. And then for those wondering, this is like how you would vote on it. You would grab one of these and you'd put it on like a group of these sticky notes. And that's saying like, this is something that resonates with me. So, and then services, resource access, that sort of stuff, right? So that's kind of the idea here. What are we already using? Like DigitalOcean, Google Workspace, and why. So I described why. What are some things that we need to look at is like social media, password sharing. How can we solve these problems? I listed a few things already. And then like we have some advantages and disadvantage discussions here. We agree on some, and then we then figure out how to handle the resource management from there. And then how do we organize all this information that we just created and communicate it? And that's workshop day 1. So yeah, I'm super excited for workshop day 1. And of course, day 2 is going to be even more exciting, which is about Budgie 10 and Budgie 11 stuff. So yeah, they're both, you know, a way of trying to actually come up with some form of consensus and values for Buddies of Budgie, as well as for Budgie itself, right? So that's the approach I want to take with this. And of course, you know, it is just going to be a whiteboard that people can modify for better or worse, right? There is some trust aspect to it. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna trust. I mean, trust is like sort of implied, but I feel like it. Yeah, we'll discuss it. But yeah. So very professional. Yes. This is the stuff I've wanted to do for a while. It's the stuff I wanted to do before Buddies of Budgie. Just no one. No, like the idea was like people inherently have trust, right? Not like that they aren't trusted or something. Like I don't want to have the approach of they're not trusted. I want to have the approach of default trust and see how things work out from that angle. So yeah. But this is the idea here. Now I know I've marked that I would be following up with Budgie site development. I am not going to do that. I know. I was originally planning on it, but for a variety of reasons, like my throat being sore from a lot of meetings I had yesterday, and also just general mental fatigue. I don't think I'm going to work on it. I will actually give an update on it though, so at least you're able to have a little bit of information about that. So let's fire it up, shall we? And let's see if we just broke the universe with it too. So if we go to Budgie site, and we do, let's give it a second. Oh, right, I guess I did probably break the optimizer here. Start. Let's see. Yeah, I did break it. Oh, no, it's, oh, no, that shouldn't have happened. Package JSON, scripts. Oh, right, it's dev. I think. We'll fire it up. Should be good to go. It's compiling, but it might actually fail on a given page. So let's find out. I don't remember what the state of it was when I messed with it a couple days ago. If I broke something and then had to go to sleep. It's compiling at the moment, so just give it a sec. Oh, right, it was still caught up on 10.5 release stuff. Okay, so this is the home page. Everybody has seen this. It hasn't changed fundamentally. It uses like, I had switched from Gatsby to Next.js, and I've been much happier with that. And then I started working on like this blog section. So if we go there, it should actually refetch the content. Yeah, so it did. So this is what the blog will look like. So we have our featured blogs, right? So these are like the most recent, like 4. So you could see like it fetched content through the Ghost Content API. So immediately we have this state of the budgie here. Then we have 10.6.1, 10.6, 10.5.3, and so on. And eventually I'll get like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing infinite scrolling or pagination. Probably infinite scrolling to reduce some of the caching issues that I might have on the Next.js side, but we'll see. But anyway, so we have our content here, and you know, it scales. So I could do inspect. So I could do something like this, right? So it scales down and then it switches to this view, which then makes it all have, as you know, it has the description and then the metadata. So it has that. So this is what it looks like. Then if I click on a post, which I can actually click on the image itself and it'll go to it too. This took quite a bit of time to work on, which may or may not surprise you. However, we have like the header. This is actually very inspired by Ghost, by the current Ghost blog. Like it's intentional. I just genuinely like the design of it, so I figured we'd just continue with something that's inspired by it. So we have like our tags over here. So you could click on a tag and it'll go to a tag. Like if I click on State of the Budgie here, it was actually supposed to work, but it didn't. So evidently I broke that at some point. Nice. Okay. Good to know. But we have content here. And interestingly, it's not embedding the snippet. So I need to fix that. I think that's a GraphQL issue. Oh, actually, no. Okay, it is there. Anyways, I'll have to check it on the 10.5, no, 10.6 post, but you know, it looks like a blog with content. That's kind of the whole point. So that's what I was working on. The design for this blog is quite a bit different from what I had originally planned on doing. And I went with this approach just because I feel visually it looks better. And that's that. So yeah, but in terms of what I would be working on next, it's probably going to be this Get Budgie page. So the idea with the Get Budgie page is it would show you like links to the source code, of course, but also different operating systems that ship with Budgie or have Budgie as an installable option, right? Like in EndeavorOS, they don't ship with Budgie, but they have it as an option in the installer. So that's the idea, is you would have those. So that'll have that. And I was thinking about doing the about page, but I want to wait until until the workshops, because then we have a lot of concrete information about the organization, about Budgie itself, about how we want to communicate stuff like roadmaps. And then based on all that, I'll formulate an about page and multiple other pages to communicate our goals with the organization and with Budgie. And that'll all be presented on the about page. And I do want to have a roadmap that's, directly on the website and updated. Of course, we have to like figure out how to do that in an automated way. But, transparency, transparency, transparency. In case you guys didn't know, transparency in Buddies of Budgie is something that's very important to me, because I've learned from past projects and my attempts to change those past projects and failing to change those past projects, and then subsequently leaving because I felt I could not change those projects. So, yeah, Buddies of Budgie is going to be different, and I feel like the approach I've taken already, I'm very proud of, and I'm proud of everybody that has engaged on the Matrix server, on GitHub and so on already about it. Like, obviously it wouldn't be a community if it was just me. There's tons of other people that have made Buddies of Budgie a thing. So I really appreciate everybody's engagement on that. But I'm gonna head off, and I'm going to enjoy my Friday, and I hope all of you have like some form of 4-day weekend. Have a 4-day weekend here, which I'm very excited about, and take this opportunity to feel rejuvenated and spend some time with friends and family. My wife is at a meetup, which is why I'm able to actually even spend this time doing this. Feel rejuvenated, spend some time with your friends and family if you can. Of course, not everybody's all that fortunate with COVID stuff, but just take this opportunity to recharge your batteries and try to block out a little bit of the world, because we all know it's a bit of a clusterfuck at the moment, and just try to get some positive out of it. That's what I'm trying to do. So that's gonna be it for today. I want to thank you all for tuning in. Thank you as always, Murdy, for using your lovely emotes. I'm always jealous about that, because my emotes on Twitch, or my one emote, is truly awful and not worth ever using. So I have to change it. So thanks for coming in and always sharing your emotes. It always brightens up my day in a strange way. I don't know. So that's gonna be it. Thank you all for tuning in today, and I will catch you on the next one. So yeah, goodbye.